It's too late. Go ahead. I'll slide over here a little bit.
Okay, you just lean out when you need to take a puff.
Lean out.
Lean out. Lean out. I was
Walk away.
trying to learn how to put these pictures up. Here, let's play our song.
Oh yeah, go ahead. Lord, I look like a mess. All right, we got this.
I hope it's clear.
It sounds good on my end this time. So. It's so good. It's catchy. I like it.
All right, I'm impatient this morning. There's too much to talk about. All right, that is Carlos Cottle with the Evil in a Small Town.
I love it.
So we are going to be talking about the Letcher County Jail, and
we kind of hit on it a little bit last night with the threats and kind of the stuff that was going on or is going on currently, with employees.
There has been a post made on Facebook about a man who was arrested on September 20th and taken to Letcher County Jail. And in the pictures of him at the time of arrest and
before
and the mugshot booking him in, there was no marks on him. And the pictures of him a week later when they bonded him out, his entire face is just one big bruise.
It's a mess.
I'm trying to figure out how to get. Hold on a second. I might have to email them to myself, maybe. Let me see if I can do that real quick, just so I can pull it up a little bit easier.
We're still learning. We're baby steps.
Here's his charges and what happened. Okay, here it is. There's the pictures.
Because I have a passion for this. I do. The jail is one of my main.
To myself, apple drink.
Hopefully it'll come.
Now, do just a few more so that I can. That would be because I want to talk about these people.
Okay.
These other threatening messages and stuff that's been left and who these people are.
And to me, it all kind of explains what we've been trying to say. Let's take out, let's take Sarah out of the equation today. And because this don't involve,
what's still happening right now.
Exactly.
Right
what's
now,
happening to these people. There you go. Right now, this minute, it has nothing to do with the gossip and the bull that, which I'm sure that, it's going to happen either way. But for this moment, let's concentrate on these people that need help now.
Yeah.
Not, all this other stuff. So,
yeah. Okay. Let me see if I can get my inbox up and make sure. Yep, they come through.
okay.
Good
morning.
Bear with me just a moment, guys. All right. I guess I'll just do screen share.
Okay.
That'll probably be the simplest way to do this.
Hopefully it'll work like it did.
I want to share.
Lord, I'm having a morning here. I need you here to fix my hair. Sarah's not here, so I can't get my arm up. So I've been having to kind of lean over and just whatever comes out comes.
It says screen share not allowed. Why?
I wonder why.
On. I don't.
Can I wait a minute? Let me see if I can send it back to you.
Can I just do an entire screen window? No.
Here, I'm going to send it to you. I'm gonna try.
I got it on my screen. That's why I'm trying to figure out how to pull it up. I have to download it to the computer real quick. Hold on.
Okay.
That's what I'm gonna have to do. Okay. There we go. Now we're rolling. All right.
Cooking with gas.
Cooking with gas now. We're getting there, guys. I think it made it harder on it anyway whenever I did the screen sharing because it just didn't want to.
Well, it messed up.
I don't know. It messed up it messed up the whole show. Had it all off and out of whack.
Like on my end, I could tell because it was like really fast, and I thought, why, but where I thought it was just my end.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it wasn't showing me nothing like that. It sounded perfect on my end. I don't understand what was going on, but okay.
That sounds like a thing, Nicole. Or
back to here. Now the little plus sign, images. Aha, success. And that would be this one, I think.
There.
Where's it going to share it? Where's it showing it? This is what he came out of looking.
Yeah. God love him. Man, when I seen that, it broke my heart.
Okay.
He looks like he's my age, and oh my Lord.
I might find the right one in a minute. See there, you can see there's he don't have
no marks.
Okay, yeah. And then there's a better picture though too of him getting booked in, and there's no marks. He's laughing, he's smiling.
Right.
This one might be the post. No, this is the charges. Okay, so we got 3rd-degree terroristic threatening, I guess, of a police officer, disorderly conduct, and 2nd-degree indecent exposure. And we looked that up, and the 2nd-degree indecent exposure is exposing genitals to someone over the age of 18. I mean, not that makes it much better, but
still, it wasn't a child involved.
Still, right. All right, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Like we said last night, it's not that we think they need to be put up in the Hilton and everything, but they need to be treated like humans.
Yes.
Human beings, and the 4th Amendment provides their protection. That's a jailer's job. It's in the 4th Amendment. And the Kentucky Bill of Rights, there's a whole section in there.
Yeah.
That talks about how it's a jailer's responsibility to protect, once they go into the custody of them, it's his job to protect them, make sure stuff like that don't happen.
Here it is. Okay. Says, God, I've been soul searching all weekend, and I really don't want to post this, but wrong is wrong. My friend Lenny was arrested last Friday night and is clearly in handcuffs with 4 officers, not a place on him when he left my house. And this is how he looked Thursday whenever I bonded him out of the Letcher County Jail a week later.
Yep. And it's, that's what I thought. He's on oxygen, and like I said, he's my age. My body, I couldn't take that. I mean,
So,
that would be.
when we're talking about the Letcher County Jail, let me go past her first.
We're going to have to do like we did. We got to start at the beginning and kind of give you
I don't know exactly where this picture is. Okay, well, yeah, okay, let's just go ahead and start
now.
here.
You've got
Let me
this.
just go ahead and start here. This girl here,
Explain who she is
her
first.
parents work at the Letcher County Jail. Okay.
It's her mother and stepfather.
Clarence Bryant and the muff diver that I'm sure that some of you all are familiar with. I'm sorry, I'm not in the comments right now, guys. I'm not really paying attention.
I'll try.
I'll try to
You do that, and I'll try to, with the comments, I'll try to answer questions or whatever, because.
Sanctioned boxing fundraiser for hell yeah, Smokeahonis. I agree. She said after seeing Larry's photos and Muff Diver's weak threats against those exposing Letcher County Jail's corruption, let's hit back with a sanctioned boxing fundraiser for Lexi's place.
Yeah,
that's a great idea. That's a great idea. Yeah,
that's what I was saying earlier.
That's not disabled, Cody. How about that? Somebody that's an adult, like. What the hell?
Somebody that can fight back.
What she did. There is videos circulating all over social media of her abusing her autistic child. Brutally so, talking to him in
a horrible manner.
You can hear her hitting him through the door. Social services was contacted multiple times and nobody did anything for a
Jim
long
Stevens,
time
once
until
again.
that video finally went viral.
Yep, Jim Stevens would come up there and tell them, you're being nosy, stay out of it, don't get involved, and you can't not get involved with a child.
Why were they protecting her and letting her abuse her child like that?
Right.
Well, her parents work at the jail, for one thing.
Yep.
And this is the kind of people we're talking about here. She says, ha, 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 ha. I'd love to catch Elizabeth out one time. Just once. I'm running out of my own meds and my insurance is canceled. I have nothing to lose. I will absolutely not give a fuck when I do. Who's going to protect you? The law? Oh, please. Laughing my ass off. I'll give you something to post, you ass backwards hillbilly. This is absolutely the truth. When I catch her out, may the Lord be with her, because ain't a soul going to stop me. I promise you, I don't give a fuck who sees this. I'm absolutely going to perish in hell for the sins I will carry for your stupidity, you dumb lying-faced bitch. For her stupidity. I am not all these other people with high standards and morals. I am the one who will absolutely stand 10 toes down to any of you. I have no life. My kids are where they need to be. You better leave my children out of your big fat lip mouth. I promise you, EJ, you will have something to post on Hillbilly Crime. I promise. We live too close not to run up on each other. Your days are only just brewing. Your little posse of drug whores who did what they did by choice. No one held a gun to their heads and said to do it. Their kids, well, they did something to lose them and not get them back. Let me see if I can go full screen on this. Hold on. I can't see it. Okay. They did something. Where'd it go? It had nothing to do with the threats. Hold on a minute. Let me find it. No one held a gun to their heads and said, do it. Their kids, well, they did something to lose them and not get them back. It had nothing to do with threats. Whores are whores. Do it proudly, not cowardly. Bunch of idiots. My God could never love someone who lies, picks lives apart, and judges others. You must not read the Bible. God bless you. I'll pray God changes my mind, but I've seen myself. I will snap. And when I see you this time, I'm not going to the psych ward willingly.
Yeah, that was another thing. Instead of going to jail for child abuse,
autistic child.
Instead of going to jail for child abuse, she got the option to go to the psych ward.
Yeah, and now she gets to continue threatening and
people.
Yeah. Okay, so let me find this message of her mom.
From her mommy. Yeah. that works at the jail. Yeah.
Here it is. You know that I loved you and the babies very much, and I will miss you and stand by you. Fuck what other people say. They're just ignorant hillbillies that showed ignorant they are and don't have nothing better to do with themselves. But in the end, come judgment day, God will be the judge of them. And if they ever come to jail and I'm working, sorry, I won't show no mercy on them. I will make it pure hell for the, I don't know what JS means, for the JS. So, she's gonna make
Just
it pure
saying.
hell on us.
Just saying. I
Anybody
think,
that
ain't it?
speaks truth is that
Anybody that they don't like.
anybody that you don't like. You think you're going to have it your way. You think you've met your match, but you ain't. You ain't.
Well, it's upsetting. You're gonna, you're an employee. Where's the jailer now? You've got employees publicly threatening people.
Okay, so right here in the comments on that post, that this man Tony made about his friend Lenny Anderson that got arrested and beaten down there the other day. This just been a couple days ago, y'all. So this ain't like
the 20th.
Okay. He says that he asked Brian Sloan himself face to face, and he said, "Sir, I promise you it didn't happen here," and that he didn't have a place on him when he left my house, and now he's got knots all over his head and bruises everywhere.
Right.
He said, "I'm not saying that it didn't happen there, but the bruises didn't show up until after a little bit." So at first the question was, okay, well, did it happen there? Or did it happen before he got there, right?
Yeah.
Which I can't remember which picture we're on. Hold on.
You got the Facebook.
I can't see them. All I can see is a bunch of numbers.
Okay, I'll tell you.
Oh, this is Clarence Bryant, Muff Diver. Hang on a second. I know y'all have heard Liz talking about the Muff Diver and seen some of his
stuff,
her shirts and stuff.
Now he come hard for Sarah.
Right,
he did come hard.
This article, I guess it's a speaker piece in the Mountain Eagle. He's got it framed, and it says, "Doesn't the Letcher County Jail have any standards for employees? Who lets a worker who has oral sex stickers all over his truck parked right next to the courthouse where everybody has to look at it? Isn't that considered sexual harassment in the workplace?"
Yes.
Isn't it, Mr. Bryant? All right.
Well, actually, Mr. Sloan.
Yeah, Mr. Sloan, fucking the
Mr.
judges.
Sloan.
Yes, and this truck is parked there every day.
Yeah.
That he works. It's sitting there. Hang on a minute. Oh, this was the first thing that popped up on his Facebook page.
Oh, he's proud of it.
Proud of it.
Now, see, this one hit with me because the first hat.
Truth stands. We have a GoFundMe. I'll see if I can grab the link for you here in a minute. And we also have a Facebook page like where you can access the link on there. But here's his truck. The back of it here, it says Muff Diver.
Yeah.
Like, he's some hot shit or something. And then it's fucking disgusting. Wait till you see a picture of the motherfucker. He's gross. I wouldn't let that fucking nasty ass beard come nowhere near my muff. Probably got a fucking week-long fucking.
I mean, can you think? You got to think. There's people in town that are like my dad's age.
That is parked outside our courthouse every single day. People with children, people that come there to come to visit their children.
What's that say? Little Liquor?
It says Lily Liquor. And the back of it says Muff Diver.
I didn't know the front part. I didn't see that. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
There's people that's like dad's age that thinks that's just absolutely just, he's like, why would you even, why would you do that? Why would you even say that? And I mean, that shows you the mentality of the employees you're working with,
That mugshot picture. That's the one I'm looking for. Okay. And I keep losing my place in this line.
Oh, yes, truth stands. Definitely. Lexi's house means the world to us. Like I told with my story last night, we've all been homeless at one time or another and been through a whole lot. And so that's why there's a lot of special meaning behind Lexi's place for me and Ty. Well, you know, anybody that you know,
Yeah.
it
We
means the
had
world
somebody
to
reach
us.
out the other day and ask for help too. So like the pressure
Yes,
is on,
it
Nicole.
broke me.
The
It
pressure
broke me.
is on, girl. We
It
have
broke.
got to get this
And
done.
we've been trying to figure out some way to help, even though we don't have the funding.
Miss
But we're
Abuser,
still
Miss
trying to
Cody,
figure out
Savannah
something.
Faye, Miss Mean Girl, Badass. I know a little. There's
Child
a
abuser.
child abuser. She was mean to my ex-sister-in-law once, and it made me so fucking mad. And she's had me blocked ever since. I couldn't even see none of this unless somebody
See, I don't really
let
know
me
these
send
people.
it
I
to
know
me.
Clarence come out pretty hard on Sarah when everything first come out. He come out just roaring at her. So that's the only way I know them. So they're not really, I mean, they're not really something I worry about. I mean, so, you know, I didn't know. That one right there bothered me. That one right there. That right there
And I
proves what
opened it
Chris,
up, like where it had that
what,
MAGA hat and stuff on it. I opened it up, and it was glorifying the KKK
that,
and stuff.
right.
It wasn't.
That right
It's
there
not
proves what
saying it
Trisha,
as if it was a bad thing. It was saying it as if that's a good thing, and he's proud
it's
of
a
it.
proud thing. They're proud of it. And that's the thing, you know, that proves right there what Trisha Carter's saying.
Yeah.
About the racism. You've got that on your public page that people can see. You've got a KKK hat, you know.
In this picture, and it's driving me nuts. Hang on. Hang on, maybe.
It's like, you know, you think at one point you would think, stop posting.
Right.
Stop posting. You know, but that's my dilemma.
There it is, yeah.
Oh yeah, right there. It's a picture of him not. Yeah.
Can I blow this up?
I knew it was in there.
Visual search. I don't know how to blow it up. Can y'all see? Did it get bigger for you or just me? I think it just got bigger for me, didn't it?
It cranked. Okay. Let's see.
Yeah. Well, anyway, this guy here also has a GoFundMe. Somebody sent me the link this morning. Let me see if I can grab that real quick, and I'll type it. I'll put it in the chat.
Ty, what's his name?
But he was already struggling whenever he, before he even got in trouble and stuff. They said that, so they started this GoFundMe for him. Let me find the message. Sorry. There's a lot of messages.
You know, there's a lot of people in town that need help. You know.
This is also on Facebook. And it is.
You're right. See Hatfield, they do. Immediately.
To get the link. Hang on a minute. Sorry. Share. And I need to see.
There's so many stories that still aren't out that we've been told, and you know, I
will post this on my Facebook wall, or share
that way
it
they can look at it.
I'll share it on Facebook. That should make it so it'll make it easier to access it.
Access, but as you can tell right there, he don't have the purple marks and all the signs of being throttled.
Yeah, he's on oxygen. They was already trying to raise this money to help find him a place to live and stuff. So
yeah,
that was before everything went to shit. It said that
the sad part
already on here. Letcher County Jail is already responding. Hang on a second, and we will read this. Says that,
how they gonna respond.
I would like to go ahead and stop the rumors being told about an inmate being beat up by the jail deputies at the Letcher County Jail is a complete lie. Video evidence to back that up. Thank you for your time to read this to set the record straight. Jailer Brian Sloan.
I don't have a whole lot of faith in him.
I ain't got
everything that's,
and I don't give a fuck. Even if the guards wasn't the ones that enacted it, you ain't going to make me believe that they didn't put him in there to be beat up.
Right? How
Why?
many
Fucking
times have we
sorry, son
talked
of a
about
bitches.
people
Ooh, I'm
being put
smacked
in
in the
certain
face.
cells? People being put in certain cells with certain people.
Yes.
The night I went in, they did that with us, but they wasn't counting on my little Lexi sitting there. You know, they wasn't counting on,
Here we go. There we go.
you
Now
know,
y'all can see
yeah,
it. Now you can see it good.
yeah.
The pictures before. And then if you look up here on this one, let's pull it up one more time. Let me see if I can get this one up again.
I mean,
I
I
want y'all
mean,
to look at his face. I don't give a shit.
if they're saying they
Who
didn't
did it?
do it,
You're
who did?
responsible for it, you fucking bastard.
There you
Good
go.
God.
If you didn't
He
do
was
it, you
in
was
your chair.
responsible to stop it. You're responsible to stop it.
I hope this is the one. Wrong one.
Actually, I think I've got the Fourth Amendment wrote down here. Remember when we was going to do the Kentucky
You're
rights?
not supposed to put people in so that they will fight and then fucking railroad them with charges and shit for it. And you're not supposed to fucking put them in danger to begin with. Ever heard of fucking
Hang on. I'll read exactly what it says. The Kentucky bill. While you're doing that, Ty, I'll look that up and I'll tell you exactly what the Constitution, the Kentucky State Constitution says
See his
about
face?
inmates.
See his face right there when he's being booked into jail on 9/20/2025. You see that. Everybody sees that. The whole fucking world sees this, correct?
Yeah.
Y'all all see it.
Okay.
But it didn't happen there. But it didn't happen there. That's how
Okay.
they picked him up. What the
No,
hell
it
is wrong with
wasn't.
y'all?
Y'all can, you can see in the thing it's
You
not.
can say it all you want. You can show video of an inmate doing it all you fucking want to. Yeah, go ahead, prove it. Prove that it was an inmate. But then let's go ahead and uncover why you had it, why you fucking let it happen. Talk, Brandy. I'm mad.
I know. I'm standing here. I'm trying to look at the Fourth Amendment and how it relates to a jailer. It says plainly, it's their responsibility to make sure they're,
That's also in the PREA laws, if anybody was
yes.
unaware of that.
I'm pulling this up because I thought I had it wrote down, but it's over.
Okay, I'm going to email these other pictures to myself for the next segment so I can calm myself down.
Right, you do that.
I am livid. I'm beyond angry. And it's not just because of this, it's a compilation of all of it. And their blatant disrespect for the citizens of this county. Look at this man.
Yeah.
Look at those messages that they make publicly. And we are allowing it. We are allowing it. Your silence is compliance.
Yes. Yes. And like I said, I don't understand. Most employees or employers, if an employee would have got and said the things that they said, the threats and everything else, I'm sorry, that would be it. That would be a cut automatically. Let's see. Okay, right here. It's under the Fourth Amendment, the Kentucky, Constitution, fourth. Protection of other rights, despite the reduced expectation of privacy. They were talking about searches and seizures and things like that. But jail personnel must ensure prisoners have confidential access to their attorneys. They have the right to practice their religion, within necessary boundaries, I guess. And the jail is required. I mean, it's a requirement that they maintain the prisoner's safety at all times. I mean, if they know an inmate is in danger from their own self, it is their responsibility to make sure that they get to the right place they need to get to. with mental health services. You know, something like this, like I said earlier, this guy looks like he's around my age, and I hope I don't insult him, but he looks my age. There's no way my body, with all the MS and trouble, something like that'd be it for me. I mean, and does that not ever cross their minds? Like this might not be something as simple as putting a whooping on somebody because it's funny, or
Or they think that if they beat somebody up and intimidate them, what?
Well, we had talked about
how many guys it would take to do this to this old man. Is that what happened?
Well, if you remember, we talked about this a long time ago.
People have been recorded fighting.
Yeah.
I know that workers have recorded people in the cells fighting. That's fights that they set up.
Let's see.
Good morning, Salty. I'm the Dead Sea over here this morning, girl. I am angry.
Okay. Under 18 USC whatever 242, it's a federal crime for anyone acting under the color of law to willfully deprive someone of their constitutional rights. Victims, even after release, can report abuse to the FBI or DOJ Civil Rights Division as a color of law violation. Release from custody does not erase what happened. The law still applies because the abuse occurred while officials were acting under government authority. So you tell me, how it's saying it's a civil rights violation, but yet it's swept under the rug. It's all kept quiet. It's
Brandon Rock, I did see that, and I found it hilarious that it was just uploaded a few days ago from 2010. Like, do they think that that's going to make us think, oh, look, they're posting a tour of the jail. There's nothing wrong with that place. It's brand new.
2010?
I think that's what they think. I think they're really that stupid. I really do.
Well.
Did you not see it yet, Brandy? But what? I will say that Miss Ruth was looking beautiful in there. Miss Ruth in the booth. She was in the video. It's a video tour of the jail, and it's like it was in 2010.
When they first cleaned it up.
Cleaned it up and built the new jail down, they revamped everything, had a brand new kitchen, all new equipment and everything. It was stocked with food. Yeah. It was clean. The walls, the paint and everything was new.
That's not now.
And Miss Ruth.
Well, Sarah had those pictures.
She was good stuff for us.
If you remember, Sarah had all them pictures of the condition.
Yeah.
Of the inside of what it looked like then.
Of the inside of the jail of what it actually looks like now.
What it looks like before the paint.
Videos of what it looked like when it was brand new, because we're going to be compiling a video of what it looks like now.
Yeah. Because we have that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
There's not anything, I try not to say anything that I can't prove.
1,000%.
Right. We have to see it with our own eyes. Yeah. And before we'll say it. And, we've, like I said, I've been piling stuff since 2006. Yeah. So, he posted about Lenny and saying it was a lie. He is a joke. Listen, nobody's a joke.
I know, I saw that.
He could have mental health issues.
Not a joke. His life is not a joke. His well-being is not a joke. His health is not a joke. He has a family. He is family to someone.
No. Yeah, I mean, that's the part that...
Like, Brian Sloan, this directly to you.
Yeah.
I'm ashamed of your all's behavior. And not only of the behavior, but of your continuous.
Well, the thing of it is, they can come at us all they want. They can say we're bad people, we're this, that. That's why I'm getting all my stuff out that way. You ain't got nothing on me.
Yeah.
But the fact of it is, it doesn't matter what I do. It doesn't matter what Sarah does. Yes, it doesn't matter what Ty does. It doesn't matter. It matters what you're doing to the citizens of Letcher County.
It's a fucking joke.
Yeah. The citizens of Letcher County deserve better.
Yes.
And it doesn't matter what I've got to say
how
about
many
it.
people do you think that you all have abused? Add it up. Count it up. Count it up over the years. How many times you've turned your head. How many fights you've set up. How many people you took out.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep.
And you think that the whole town's still going to have your dirty, rotten backs?
Yep.
No, baby. No. No, I done told you.
Okay.
Well, Judge tried to tell y'all a long time ago, God's done spoke his justice on this town. And you never know when you're entertaining angels. So,
well, it also says in the fourth of the Fourth Amendment, it says jailers cannot abuse that power to harass, retaliate, or inflict humiliation. How many times has people been humiliated by their little strip search, or what they done with you all with the Mac
search and stuff? And I was like,
right.
that is such a common occurrence. You have to spread and do all sorts of things. They get up in there with a flashlight. I farted right in Angie Fields' mouth once, and the whole fucking jail was laughing. They had the girls lined up in the hallways, and she got me in there, and she was like, "Bend over and spread them," and she was like, "Cough again," and I was like, "All right, bitch." Yeah, Miss Donna was even rolling, laughing at that. It was the funniest thing ever, and I have just never been prouder.
It's like, yeah.
That was my proudest moment right there in that moment.
The thing of it is, our government a long time ago set up laws, and the state of Kentucky even has their own constitution, and they set up laws a long time ago to prevent this exact thing from happening.
Yeah, Trinity. I'm sorry, Trinity. That's why I don't put comments up, because I accidentally talk over you, Brandy.
You're fine.
Said I wasn't meaning that like to you. I know you was talking about Brian. I was too. That's what I was saying. That I was talking about Brian too. She said, "I'm saying Brian posted on Letcher County Jail."
Yeah.
I just got mad whenever I seen it, because what he had said. Like,
what's your defense?
Like, no, he is the joke. You're right, girl. Yes.
What's his defense? And okay, let's say, okay, fine. Let's take his
video to prove it.
Okay, show it.
And it still happened there.
Right. Is it Ty? You just caught that.
Still
if there's video, that means it happened there. You're right.
Still happened there. Under your care, under your supervision.
There you go.
You are still responsible. How do you not know the rules? How do you not know the laws? How do you not know how you're supposed to treat a human being?
Yes, exactly. See, I didn't catch that. Me and Ty, when we work together, she catches stuff sometimes I'll catch it, but she got that one. So that's pretty much. So would you like to explain what happened?
I found the, I mean, I'll be glad to let you come on here and explain it from your own mouth. Would you like to do that? Would you like to face us like a man?
I mean, no, I mean.
Any of you.
Anybody.
Come on here and answer to this shit.
Yeah. Because I don't.
Everybody wants to talk about they're going to bring up my record or this, that, and the other. And
have at it.
That's my point.
Have at it. You also look at my.
This is what happened to me. This happened to me. I got jumped by 3 girls. Not even a week before we jumped the girl that I caught the kidnapping charge for. Yep. You know what happened to the girls that jumped me? 10 days time served.
Yeah.
I've got a life sentence for it.
Yep. Yep. And it's sad.
I did serve out the time on that.
If anybody has, here's another thing. If anybody knows how to do this or can tell me how to do it, I had an incident around maybe 2018. No, it's way before that. Probably 2015, 12, somewhere in there. And what happened with my son. If anybody knows, you can look that up. I called the state police on the jail.
Yes.
I could not get no response. I couldn't get no assistance trying to help my son. He'd been attacked, and he didn't even call and tell me. Somebody else did. And I had to call state police on them, so it should be on a FOIA somewhere. Charges was pressed. People had to serve time. But this is the crap that has been going on in this jail for 20 plus years.
Yes.
20 plus years. This has been going on actively at that jail. And, you know, not just one jailer is to blame. Not just one employee is to blame. It's a whole ball of, I told Ty this morning, if you sat down with a whiteboard and you started trying to connect the dots with who's who and who are they kin to, it's like a snake swallowing its tail. It's just one big loop. You know, this is so-and-so's wife. This is so-and-so's husband. This is so-and-so's cousin. This is, you know, there's no, you know,
Yeah.
so.
Where's the line?
Right.
Where's the
you
line
know,
that we stand up for ourselves and say enough is enough?
we've been scared to.
And I'm saying
We've
this
been
to our
scared to. And
community.
people are still
I'm saying
scared
this
to.
to everybody here in Letcher County.
Scared to death to go to jail.
For the love of God. We
Come
have
forward.
to do something.
Because it's a situation right now. I literally watched my youngin' sit and cry her eyes out, terrified that she was going to get in trouble in Letcher County. Terrified, you know. And you don't have to do a whole lot to get put in jail, you know.
No.
So, you know, look at, you know, Jess, are we allowed to talk about, like, okay,
like little, in front of the courthouse?
Yes, she was doing nothing.
Her First Amendment.
Her First Amendment. She was practicing her First Amendment right, speaking out, and look how she was done. They will find any reason to arrest you. They will find any reason to get you in there. And once they get you in there, all you got to do is read the messages. That tells you what happens to people when they get in there. Mm-hmm. You know, they made it clear. They were the ones that stepped out and said, you come to this jail, I'm going to make it hard on you. That's ignorant. Yeah. I'm sorry. It's ignorant.
Yeah.
It's ignorant to say something like that. It's ignorant to think like that.
Beyond
and
ignorant.
Then to get on there,
abuse and abuse of power, it is a crime. It is not ignorance. It is a crime. And
it's crime.
I'm sure she is aware, working at the jail as a deputy, that is a crime to threaten people, that it's a crime to beat people up, that it's a crime to bet on their fights, that it's a crime to put them in dangerous situations, and it's a crime to rape them, sexually assault them, and put them in that position.
You've seen the videos.
Crimes. You can't.
They will record.
Corruption.
They record these fights.
Y'all need to go to fucking prison. Every last fucking one of you that has ever had a hand in any of this abuse.
Yep.
Any of you who has just fucking let it go on and go on.
Or look the other way. You know?
Like, fear is one thing, but God damn it, look at this shit.
You know, that man looks in bad health. You know, all I can think of is, oh my God, you know?
And then you bring in the sexual shit. All right, let me tell you this PRIA stuff real quick.
Go ahead, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I just got a little rundown here. The Prison Rape Elimination Act is a federal law enacted in 2003 that establishes a zero tolerance standard for sexual abuse in all U.S. correctional and detention facilities. It requires facilities to implement national standards to prevent, detect, and respond to sexual misconduct and sexual harassment. The law applies to public and private adult and juvenile facilities, as well as police lockups, community confinement centers, and immigration detention facilities. And guess what? House arrest too.
Yes.
So, core principles and goals. Yeah, that one's for you, Ben. Mystery was consensual.
Yeah. No, it ain't.
It ain't consensual.
No, it ain't.
Ridiculous in this case.
You know, they could have told Sarah at the beginning. You know, they could have said something. Mm-hmm. But they didn't. They didn't say anything. Didn't say anything after. Waited a year and a half to be like, oh, now we got a problem.
Not until she spoke out against what was going on.
Spoke out. The minute she spoke out. Yep.
Okay. Core principles and goals. What is it?
I found something. It's because I asked, "What is a jailer's legal duty in Kentucky? What is their okay?" In Kentucky, a jailer isn't just a guard; they are a constitutional officer. That means they take an oath to uphold the law and are legally responsible for the safety, custody, and basic care of every person inside that jail. If abuse happens, if inmates are denied food, medical care, oh, that's a big one, or protection, the jailer cannot simply look the other way by law. They are accountable. They are
They,
accountable.
the jailers,
Jailer.
deputies, lieutenants.
It's the Eighth
We're all
Amendment,
culpable
guys.
for
I'm
this.
sorry. I had Fourth Amendment with search and seizure. I was so sorry. It's the Eighth Amendment. And it's the Eighth Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. Protects convicted inmates from cruel and unusual punishment. This covers beatings, sexual abuse, deliberate denial of medical care, which I know you've got stories about it. My kids have stories about it. Or inhumane conditions, which let me tell you, I spent one night down there and it was good.
I call for
I,
every one
I
of
don't know
her
how they did it.
She said the jailer needs to explain why this woman and husband are still working at the jail. I think that's a damn good idea. The jailer has a lot to fucking explain.
But he lets his brother. But he lets his brother step up and call for the investigation.
Right.
Do you not trust your brother?
You can call the FBI.
Yeah.
Because you know the cops are dirty too.
Yep.
Okay, listen. This says core principles and goals. Zero tolerance. PREA mandates that all institutions adopt a zero tolerance policy for all forms of sexual abuse and sexual harassment. Prevention, detection, and response. The national standards require facilities to develop and implement practices to prevent abuse, detect it when it occurs, and respond effectively to allegations.
Okay, this ties in right here. If a jailer abuses their authority, they can face lawsuits, state criminal charges, and even federal prosecution. Their badge does not protect them. It makes them more accountable because they are sworn to uphold the law. And release doesn't erase what happened. A jailer is still responsible for abuse that happened on their watch, no matter how much time has passed.
Thank you. No statute of limitations on this. Yes.
No, it's an abuse of power.
Safety as a priority. PREA makes the prevention of sexual abuse a top priority in every prison system. Increased accountability. The law aims to increase the accountability of officials who fail to detect, prevent, reduce, and punish prison sexual abuse.
Yeah.
Key requirements under PREA. Reporting procedures. Facilities must establish clear procedures for reporting incidents of sexual abuse. These procedures must protect the anonymity of those who report and ensure that they are not retaliated against. Staff training. All staff, volunteers, and contractors must receive training on preventing, detecting, and responding to sexual misconduct.
Well, you was told how the training went and how little it was.
Now, the inmates get their education.
Mm-hmm.
Hell, you think I know all this shit?
Okay.
They beat it into your head when you get to prison. They make sure you learn this shit.
These are the five responsibilities by law that a jailer must provide. There is first a duty of care. A jailer must provide food, water, medical care, and basic safety. Neglect is not just wrong, it's unlawful. 2, they have a duty of protection. A jailer must protect inmates from violence, whether from other inmates or from staff. Looking the other way is a violation of law and oath, whatever oath. Okay. 3, duty of respect. This one really, the Constitution forbids cruel and unusual punishment. Beatings, humiliation, or sexual abuse are not discipline, they are crimes. 4, duty of impartiality. Pretrial detainees are innocent, which we know ain't nobody innocent down there. They automatically, you're guilty. You got to prove you're innocent. But it says pretrial detainees are innocent until proven guilty. The law says they cannot be punished, only kept safe until trial. Retaliation is never allowed. Boy, look at that one. 5, duty of accountability. When a jailer abuses their power, the law follows them. State law, federal law, civil rights laws. A badge is not a shield from justice. It's a promise to uphold it.
Yes.
So
I just ask everybody to please share this out to the Letcher County Jail website, Facebook page, to any judges or officials y'all think should see it, KSP and the FBI, please. And
once they open them records up down there,
who works at the jail, I want everybody to see this. Okay,
you know as well as I do. Once they open up them records,
again, they're going to kill somebody again.
Yep.
Again and again.
Neglect.
Again. How many are we going to let them kill? How many of our loved ones are we going to let them murder?
How many died from just neglect?
Negligence.
Neglect.
Yeah. Medical neglect.
Medical neglect. Just left laying there.
Needs. You know, you got Maslow's hierarchy of needs. You know, the pyramid of basic needs to be a human being.
Yep.
Y'all can't even meet those. You can't even provide good shelter and food. Clean water.
30 some cents a meal. Ain't that what somebody said, that they 30 cents a meal? I'm a mom and a mama, and I'm telling you right now, you can't cook any meal for 30 cents. What are they eating? What are you feeding them? Yeah. And right now I'm seeing how a real jail, and I'm going to say it like that, a real jail works because of services and things that have been offered and provided for Sarah.
It's
right
not
now
that hard to fix it. It's the thing.
No.
And where the fucking disconnect is, because
they're hiring people like Muff Diver.
It is not that hard to fix it.
They're hiring people like Muff Diver.
And hire somebody with a fucking criminal justice degree.
Yep.
Or somebody interested in the
and
law
wanting to fix things.
Humanity.
Right. I don't understand the whole, like, I think, I've even been told stories about how the jail used to be. I've been told that, they would cook meals and people would go down there and eat. It was such good food and everything.
To make sure that we had a good meal every day, we got at least one good, solid, home-cooked meal. She cared about us. Miss Donna cared about us. That's what we really thought.
That's what I'm saying.
Bert got elected. We thought he was going to fix that fucking jail.
Right.
Because it's not that hard to fucking fix it. And he had the brains to do it, we thought.
He had been,
but
you got to think.
Sadly disappointed.
Bert has been involved since day one. He was a school resource officer.
I didn't know that until recently.
He's a school resource officer. Him and Kevin and Mickey and all of them was all clustered in that courtroom together. And then, so you've got him kind of being in the background with everything. Everything. If you notice, you'll see a little sprinkling of his name here and there everywhere through, all the documents and stuff. But when Ben Fields was charged, so should have him. He should have been charged also, because he's the boss. He's in charge. And the reason that jail is doing what it's doing and running the way it's running is they're hiring people like Muff Diver and people that
who's running it. Him and his wife there, who's saying she's going to make everybody's life hell that says anything against it. Well, honey, I'm making something against you. You want to talk about causing somebody's life hell? Y'all have made everybody's lives hell. You have made those lives.
He's an awesome guy.
He really is. Karma's a bitch. Karma's a bitch, and God sees you. You're right. You're right. In them comments talking about how God sees and God's judgment, you're right. You have never been more right about anything, honey.
But do you see the mentality, Ty? But
Yeah.
do you see the mentality? There's so many people in the county that thinks there's nothing wrong with that. They have this mentality. They were raised that way. They grew up that way. That there's nothing wrong with this stuff. It's normal. It's went on for so long.
He said that bruise looks like a heel print on his cheekbone. It does, Jeremy.
Mm-hmm.
It does, Jeremy. You are
Sure does.
absolutely
Or
correct.
something was
Something.
struck.
He was hit hard. He was hit real hard. And like
Has he?
like he's right, like a foot, like if he would have got kicked
Yeah.
right in the jaw like that.
Has he come forward, or does anybody know if he's
coming forward for him? His friend
Yeah.
has reached back out to my source. She reached out to him personally and messaged him and, asked a few more questions because we were trying to figure out, is it, did it happen at the jail or did it happen before he got there? Because at first it was looking like it happened before he got there. And that,
Well, that's happened a lot
you go back
too.
here and you look at the pictures and you can see that he was not like that when he arrived.
Right.
So,
well, you can see in it right there.
Was saying something about he got a friend request from Brian Fields. Yes, Brian Fields is running for jailer.
And pray he gets it.
Pray he gets it. He's got a criminal justice degree. He's a professor in criminal justice in corrections and stuff at the college.
They're even trying to they're trying to ruin his name.
Yeah, I know, but saying that he was lurking on them girls or something.
Yeah, creeping on them
to make sure they were safe since they was being left alone back there behind a dumpster.
Right.
Where was the guards while these girls were behind this dumpster being leered at by
supposedly, yeah. Yeah,
No kin to Benfields. No relation.
No, none. Yeah, you say that first.
That's how he introduced himself to me. He said, no relation to Benfields. I hope you will give me the time of day. And I said, yes.
Tim Walker asked you, what is this?
It is bad. You need to back up and watch from the beginning of this one for sure. You don't want to miss this.
A quick lowdown on Letcher County Jail. This is
their most recent masterpiece here. This man was arrested on September 20th in Jenkins. His charges and stuff are posted up there. Some disorderlies said that he terroristically threatened an officer and tell him what that was about. They had 4 officers drag him in.
All you'd have to say is, I'm going to whoop your butt. And that right there would be terroristically threatening, So, charges, sometimes when you break charges down.
His friend that posted this and was like, I hate to do this, but I was like, I've prayed about it and I don't know what else to do because wrong is wrong. And he said, whenever he got arrested at my house, he did not look like that. He was fine when he got in that cop car. When he bailed him out 4 days later, this is what he looked like.
Did he say who arrested him? Or was it the KSP or was it county?
He did not say actually, but right here is.
Let's see, it should say, shouldn't it?
Blow up. I don't think that's KSP.
Nope, that's not KSP. It looks like county.
And Jenkins is who it was.
Jenkins?
Yeah, that's right.
Here we come, Jim Stevens again.
Right,
you know how many murders happened in Jenkins and he don't,
There we go. Oh, now we're all big full screen. What happened? There we go.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
But God love him. Ugh.
God love him.
It breaks my heart. I swear.
Yeah, go back and look at the other stuff that I posted about the other people that work at the jail.
Making threats and acting, like I said, acting ignorant. There's a difference between stupid and ignorant. Ignorant, you don't know better. You don't know better. And I'm beginning to think that these people, the way that maybe they were raised or what they done or something, they just don't know better. It's like this is a normal. But who in the world would think this is normal? I don't know. That's crazy.
Okay, and then all right. For this PREA thing, inmate education. Inmates must be educated on their rights to be free from sexual abuse and harassment, how to report incidents, and the zero tolerance policy. Like I said, they teach you this shit in prison. I'm sure they don't tell them nothing about it in jail other than I'm going to charge you with PREA if you touch that girl's hair. So
I don't think it's mentioned down there, period, until
well, whenever they first
something
put the cameras
happens.
in, they wouldn't let us braid each other's hair. They said it was PREA. If we did nails or anything like that, it was PREA.
But then their behavior.
They tried to make us not bath Missy Ison once.
God love her.
It would be a PREA.
God love her.
Anyway.
She laid there and suffered.
Anyway. Yeah.
Have we talked about her?
Not yet. I'm waiting I'm trying to get a hold of her. I wish she would jump on here with us. She will these days soon. It's just been hectic trying to get everything. Our timing and my schedules has been crazy,
Yeah, it has been.
So,
I've been off for a while.
In there,
we're trying. We're trying to get a format to see what.
Poor mommy. Y'all want to talk about medical negligence?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
About died, and I'm sure all y'all remember Missy. She was something special. She's the sweetest thing ever. But she was so sick. They would not give her medical care. They refused to let her go to the doctor. If she did manage to get out and see the nurse practitioner, maybe, they would just just send her right on back to the room.
Sometimes family couldn't afford it too.
And then bring her right back. Say, no, we're not letting her stay. They wouldn't let
Sometimes family couldn't afford it. If you didn't have money for them to even see the doctor,
Yeah, but Missy, she needed to be in ICU. She needed to be in ICU with a full-time nurse.
Yeah.
She did not need to be laying there in that hospital, in that jail cell like that. Well, listen to this. They come in, and I can't remember if it was Lena or Angie. Hopefully somebody will remember, and they'll pop it in these comments. That whenever they would not let us take her tray to her that morning. Or that afternoon,
yes, I remember.
They brought the trays, and we had to stand up and line it and go around and get our trays. Somebody would always carry the older or the sick people's to them.
Miss Judy.
And then get back in line and get our own. They wouldn't let them. They said no. No.
Didn't they make her walk across?
She's got to get up and get it herself.
That's what I remember her telling us.
And she got up. She took about 3 steps. And that woman's foot literally broke in half and the bones protruded out.
Yeah.
And she just collapsed.
Yeah.
They brought her back that night with the ace bandage.
Mm-hmm. She died not long after that, didn't she?
Yeah, she did end up having to finally she got medical release, after all that fucking time.
And her crime probably was something
right after she got out. Yeah. She wasn't out long at all.
And her family, lost all that time with her, and
they're supposed to. Yes, Tim, they're supposed to. Whenever I went in with my arm cut off, it was ripped open and all the tendons and everything was exposed. Infection was oozing out of it. I had red streaks going up my neck, down my arm. They took me to the hospital one time and the doctor said I needed emergency surgery. And the jail said, no, wrap it up and give us something to wash it with, or she's going back to jail.
And then they wouldn't give you the stuff to clean it.
I almost died down there from infection from it. And they would only give me a little strip of bandage and a little Dixie cup full of saline rinse, one a day to rinse it out with. And a little dollop of triple antibiotic.
And let me tell you, that place
would have trapped the bacteria in it.
That place is full of MRSA staff.
Mm-hmm. Trick.
I mean, you get a cut.
Toilets, you can catch trick just from peeing.
Yep.
It's so bad.
Yep. Well, didn't one of the people in the lawsuit, Miss Atkins or Sabrina, didn't she have a yeast infection that was so bad that it hospitalized her?
Hospitalized.
Us women, you got to think we have to be clean. Yeah. We have to have changes of underwear.
Unless you show them your bloody used up one. If it don't,
I know you told me that killed me. That's humiliating.
That's humiliating. You don't have that fucking right.
No.
Violate my body.
And they only give you 5?
Yeah, you only get
5, I think.
Yeah, 5. And they fall apart as soon as you put them on. They're just a cotton ball wrapped up in.
The cheapest they can buy is what they give them. They only give them 5 for a whole cycle.
whole cycle. And somebody like me, I've got endometriosis, and I
And
would
it's
bleed for months.
3
I would
weeks out of
bleed
a month.
4 months solid without a break.
Yep.
Whenever I finally got out of prison, I made it 6 months and finally got a hysterectomy. Dr. Baker was like, I bet you are done with this shit after all them years of not being able to do anything about it. And I sure was.
Yeah. So, I mean, but, just the humiliation and things like that, people had to go through you really didn't have to. 2 steps, did that help? I lowered it some.
So here's some more of our rights. Victim services. Inmates who are victims of sexual abuse are entitled to receive free medical and mental health care. Protection of vulnerable populations. The standards include specific provisions for protecting inmates with disabilities, inmates with limited English proficiency, those who are transgender or intersex. Screening. Facilities must use intake screening to identify inmates who are at a higher risk of being sexually victimized or sexually abusive. Oh, bet and believe they do. They do screen you for that.
That's their favorite.
They screen you up and down and inside out for that. They sure do. So that they can victimize you and abuse you more.
Yep. The minute you start with mental health and talking or doing anything, they turn and use that. That's what they use. You all couldn't really get help. You know what I'm saying? Like, assistance, like medical assistance or mental health is what I'm talking about. It was kind of a joke back then. I mean, I don't remember them ever taking you all anywhere for mental health back then. I mean, I think they probably might do now, but
who is it that's responsible for reporting when a PREA?
It's anybody, any staff member,
say it's reported by
I think it's like child abuse,
inmate to a jail worker. What are the steps?
I can look at that real quick and see if I can.
Like who is my question is I want to know who at the
Letcher jailer County Jail. Is if the main.
Out there knows at the Letcher County Jail whose responsibility. I mean, it's everybody's responsibility, but there has to be like some person or two that does the
victims advocate,
things like that. Somebody's responsible for making sure that the federal guys get this stuff.
Right.
So who did not send in Ben Fields stuff?
It would have to be the jailer, wouldn't it? Because that was his employer. That was his. See, his stuff confuses me because wasn't he also a deputy?
There an officer in there? I mean, that works down there. Like, does it always go through the jailer? Or
it would have to.
You know what I mean?
I mean, that's his.
Like the chain of command on it, I guess is the words that I'm looking for.
Okay, it would be the jailer is the top, and then the next one down would be like I don't even know like the rank and what they technically say, but I can tell you who it is right now. It's Lena is next after Brian. Okay. And then I don't know who's like under her. I know she stepped in, I think, and took over the house arrest, but I don't, I know she's the one that got in the comments and was all yippy about, she had files. Okay. So I don't know.
Okay, because I know that there was other PREAs, and I know that there has been charges against people there before.
Yep.
For PREA, yet
nothing was done. Well, they were fired.
Oh yeah. The thing is that she went to jail. She went to jail. Hang on a second. Just continuing to work. Okay, somebody just sent me a picture of a girl that was that died at the hospital while she was in the jail custody.
Oh God.
Yeah.
You know, there's so many, Ty.
The twirling
There's
tacket.
so many. It's like everybody in Letcher County at one time or another crossed through that door. And that's sad to say. There's very few people that, you know, didn't have to deal with all this. And like I said, I dreaded the courthouse. You know, anything to go up there to do anything is this deep dread.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
I want to see here. Let me see if I can get these other pictures. Oh shit!
the ones
No,
you
I didn't. Right. Hang on a minute. Let me see.
okay.
Hold on. I gotta find them. I lost it.
Tim, that's the thing. We get like, you know, we'll go to bed at night after having a show and we'll get up the next morning and our inboxes and messenger and
Overflowing.
everything is overflowing with people saying this happened to me or this happened to my family member and there's so many, it's hard to even, you know, figure out whose story and this and that because there's so many, Ty. It's heartbreaking.
Okay, so this guard that I keep talking about, I'm just gonna say her name. Fuck it. I mean, she shouldn't have fucking done what she done. She was the one that was screwing inmates and taking them into the into the hallway closet. She was charged with PREA. She was
That
fired.
I don't know. She should have been, but I don't know if she
Yeah,
was.
right.
So
She should have been. She was supposed to have been, and it was male inmates. And there
yeah.
is more than one.
Yeah.
We're digging right now. We're looking for the record, but her name is Martha Brock, and I think I'm under the impression that she told her husband that she quit her job. So
that's
no, she raped him.
I had heard stuff, you know,
One of her
but
victims.
yeah, that's what I was getting ready to say. I had heard it before the victim come forward. Yeah. So I don't, you know.
And I didn't really dig into it at first. Like I thought, well, somebody's going to say something about it. But
right, we did.
You know, like she had been fired. So like, you know, what is there to dredge up with that? But
it was almost
consideration all the rest of the shit that's still happening.
Yeah.
Like, you want me to believe for 1 second that the PREAs aren't still happening too? Got me fucked up.
Yeah.
No. Here. Oh, this is that one. I was going to show it to Tim. I was going to pull it back.
Listen, me and you talked about it one time. I don't think they turn all them in because they would lose their funding and everything.
They would lose federal funding. That's what it says here, that they will lose federal funding if they turn in the PREA.
Yeah.
Or if they don't
if they had more than right, if they had a lot of it going on, they would have yanked their funding. They wouldn't be able to keep state inmates. I mean, it would basically. So, you know, people ask questions about, you know, well, why wasn't this person fired or why wasn't that person fired? And it's Letcher County. That's all I can say. I don't know. You know, I have no idea.
Because they're continuing to allow it.
Yeah. Yep.
I think it's this one. Come on. Be the right one. Nope.
But, you know, that name had come up, you know, a couple of times, but we didn't know. But then when you have a victim come forward.
One person was the only one who had said it at first. But now I've had multiple people.
Yeah. And so when you have a victim come forward.
Multiple sources. So
yeah,
like, I'm not just talking out the side of my ass here.
Right, exactly. That's what I was saying, you know.
Right. Well, we're holding them accountable, Smokahana. Somebody's going to be held accountable, by God. All right, let's see. Here we go. Tim Walker. This is one of the ladies that works at the jail. This is the kind of people that are working down there. She was like, I won't show no mercy on them. I'll make it pure hell for anybody going against them, is what she's saying. She's defending Miss Cody, the one who abused her autistic child on video. And
Is that her mom?
they called the police. They called the social services multiple times. Her stepmom. It's her stepmom.
Yeah. No, I think he's her stepdad and that's her mom, I think. I think's how it goes.
Maybe. I'm not sure. But thank God they finally removed those kids. Or that kid. I don't know how many kids it was. How many was it?
I think they said 2. There was a boy and a younger child. But And
then back to the one that Miss Cody wrote. The one that abused her child and is being protected by the jail.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if I'd have ever done that and walked in down there, I would not have got the choice.
The wall, laughing my ass off. She's wanting to stand 10 toes down. Bet.
Okay.
Bet, bitch. Quote Angie Fields here. I'm going to pencil whip a bitch. What Angie used to say, you mad at me? Pencil whip me then. Write me up. Dick.
That's what I'm saying. There's so much.
Okay, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I understand the assignment. Thank you. I understand the assignment.
But you've got publicly
disrespect for the public. Let me find this this post. It was a comment that Sloan made, the jailer.
Okay. Yeah, but that's the thing.
Where is that?
People in jail don't have time to wait.
Right.
The people in jail currently don't have time to wait for the FBI or whoever needs to come in and investigate and do their job.
We can't wait anymore.
They need help now.
We need help now.
Because looking at that man right there, nothing has changed.
Yeah. Where was that? Somebody sent me that. Let me find it again. Somebody just sent it a minute ago. And I've done lost it in my messages, y'all. I'm sorry. Just have to bear with me. Apologize. Maybe it was this one.
Tim Walker, Ty personally, went through it, and then I went through it with my son. So, we're kind of looking at it from kind of both ends. She can tell you what went on for sure in there while she was in there, and I can tell you how the families are treated and how, our concerns about our family members are just neglected. You can forget it. And, my child was in there during COVID and there was no visitation. There wasn't much of anything. They could have got away with anything for that 2 years, because family members couldn't be involved in their families' lives.
Yeah.
Because, of the COVID and the shutdowns and everything. So, you had family that we were scared to death. We didn't know what was going on with our kids or, our family members. So, now that stuff's coming out,
and this is why.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was trying to find that video. I've got it to pull up, but I can't get it. Maybe it's not saving for some reason. Here, listen.
Yeah.
This is Miss Cody up here. Behind her apartment door after multiple calls to the cops and everything.
Yeah.
Can you hear it?
It's... Yeah.
Calling him a motherfucker.
Yeah, keep in mind this is an autistic
Child.
baby. I mean, he's what, 6? Who calls their child a hoe?
I'll beat that motherfucker all night long. Is that what she said?
Yeah. Talking about it, their daddy or his
And that
daddy.
baby's in there screaming.
Yeah. Oh, you can
Screaming.
thump, 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 scream.
You hear that? Her throwing
Yep.
shit at the baby. She says whores are whores.
Yeah. Whores are whores. I'd rather be a whore than a child abuser.
I'd rather be a whore than this.
Hell, yep.
The
Sorry.
fuck's wrong with you, Cody?
Kick a whore all day
You're
long.
a mean girl. You think you're a bad bitch? No, come meet somebody your own fucking size.
Not them
Oh,
babies.
goddamn, I'm so fucking angry with these people.
Them babies. Lord God. God, that's so hard, Ty.
I know, but people need to fucking hear it. People need to hear what they are allowing to go on.
Yep.
And they're protecting her.
And she didn't go to jail.
Her.
She didn't go to jail.
She's the one being protected.
She got 72-hour hold.
Threatening everybody else.
Yeah.
This is the violence.
Right there. I mean.
If they don't fucking come take your ass, I'm going to fucking hurt you.
Yep.
And then
you kill a 6-year-old autistic child. If they don't come get you, I'm going to hurt you.
Stupid ass bitch. Yeah, you are a stupid ass bitch, Cody. You are. Oh, I ain't been this mad in a long fucking time.
I know.
I might go to jail today, guys. I might go to jail today.
No.
I'm fucking angry.
No, we do this the right way.
I'm angry enough to cry.
I mean, here you got you begging for your children. I'm begging for my grandbabies. And you got people like that. And couldn't get social services involved. Couldn't get the police involved. I mean, it had to take an act of Congress, basically, to get her even picked up. Because Jim Stevens told the neighbors they were being nosy. They were just being nosy. But, I mean,
bitch, I'm taking you down proudly. You want to talk about a coward? You're the fucking coward. Every last one of you that worked down there. Never seen such weak-hearted and whores in my whole life.
Anybody that would do that to a child, that's a coward.
To a child?
Yeah.
I gotta calm down, y'all. I gotta go smoke. I got to calm down. I'm gonna go to jail.
It's they don't realize how the situation is so bad. And it's not quit. You would think
I could get a camera on my body and my pussy, I would take it right the fuck in there and let them.
You know, and that's the sad part, Ty. People would think, you would think with all this attention and eyes on this right now, dear Lord, act right, people. Act right. Do right. You know, this stuff is
for the horrible people that they are, for the fucking monsters that they are.
You know, it don't. Where's your compassion?
Her and her fucking mommy and her daddy.
Where's the compassion? Where's the, when I was going to college, I changed my major. I bounced around all over the place. I wanted to be a nurse. I wanted to do this. And I decided on social work because, there's some people that just have a knack or a passion. They want to work with others, to help others heal, to help others get. And I'm floored. I'm just floored that these are the people that's employed to take care of our loved ones. And You know, that's a deep
Yeah.
hole right there, you know? And the jail ties into the courthouse so much.
So closely.
The puzzle pieces, they come from there too. And, you know, I don't understand sometimes. You remember that time I wrote that one thing about the corruption and people in jail and, you know,
About what?
let me make sure. You know, when I done that about that, you know, people need to speak up because it's not going to stop. And by the look of his face and what happened with her, you know, you got nepotism so bad in that courthouse. I mean, it's like a family reunion every morning at 8 o'clock when everybody clocks in. It's like, hey,
Yeah.
how you doing? You know, but
Oh shoot. Push the button. Okay. Let me get back in here.
you know, accountability is needed somewhere. Somewhere. I mean, if Brian Sloan would step up and say, yes, there has been problems with this jail. Yes, there is a lot of things going on with this jail. And I want to fix it. I want to fix it. Do you know, it would blow everybody away first off, but you know, where is that? Why are you pointing the finger at other candidates? Why is this continuing to go on at the jail? Do you really think that the people of Letcher County are that naive and blind that they want this to continue? Something has to change. Kim, she doesn't work at the jail. Her mother and stepfather, or father and stepmother, they work at the jail. And she was, her neighbors actually is the ones I think wasn't in tie that recorded that.
I was going to look up. Yeah, about to show who the parents, who her parents were that do work at the jail.
Yeah, show their page.
So, yeah, let me get this.
I'll tell you, I was really bothered about that one thing.
It's fucking disturbing, and especially how he's got that Mountain Eagle clip.
Yeah, like he's proud. He's proud of it, you know. And then you've got also that whole thing with the Klan, the KKK hat with Hitler. I mean, dude. You know, what do you really stand for? What do you really stand for? You know, is that it? Because if that's it, you don't need to be working with the public, period.
Okay.
Not even at a grocery store, let alone jail.
So 1, 2, 3, 4. The first 4 videos on this is the ones I need. So pull this up. Image.
Do you know what the class action lawsuit? Yes, I know. The thing of it is, Tim, we've come out, we've all spoke, but there isn't a lawyer within a 50-mile radius of any of us, or a 5,000-mile radius, that will take this. I mean, it's a win. It's, you know, they'll win. There's enough evidence. I mean, I've got just myself have enough evidence, you know, not to mention ties and everybody else's. So, you know, we just need somebody to come in and help do this, because, you know, all we're doing is telling our stories and other people's stories in hope that somebody will hear it. That one, Ty, that.
Yep, that's his pro Klan.
Yeah. you know, and that supports what Trish Carter was saying about her husband going
Racism.
through
Here's his
racism.
Mountain Eagle clip he's got framed and posted.
Like
that he's
it's
so fucking proud of.
proud of being ignorant. I don't know.
It says, doesn't the Letcher County Jail have any standards for employees? Who lets a worker who has oral sex stickers all over his truck park right next to the courthouse where everybody has to look at it? Isn't that considered sexual harassment in the workplace? Isn't it?
I mean, if it offends
this was in
you,
February that he
yes.
made this video. That he made this February 21st, 2020.
So this was before all the other, before anything was said.
Case, that's the guy that they just beat up. They had him beat up.
Oh, on the 20th. He went in September 20th, right?
Yeah, September 20th, and then he was bailed out 4 days later.
And looked like that.
Here is Muff Diver's, the back of his truck. This is parked outside the courthouse all the time.
And then the front, I didn't know the front said what it said.
Liquor. Front says Lily Liquor.
Lily Liquor. Okay.
And like I said, he's the nastiest looking thing ever was. And that nasty ass beard, I bet it ain't been washed in a fucking month.
Yes, Tim, we do. Not connected to this state.
There's the front
really.
This is the one that Liz over on Hillbilly Crime. She's got that t-shirt that says Muff Diver. This is him.
Yeah.
That's him. I want to find this one picture though, because I want to show you their profile so that everybody can go and look.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. They're publicly. This ain't stuff that we had to dig hard for or we had to go. They're proudly displaying this on their page. So it's like, don't you know better? What's that one, Ty?
Not the right one.
Not the right one. That's not it.
This is it. This is one of them. This is the message. That's not the one with Lord. No, wrong button. Okay. Image. And it must be the next one. It about has to be this one. I bet it's not. I bet it's
going to be difficult. You know that.
Yeah. Here, maybe. That's her. Where is it? This is driving me nuts. Okay, hold on. I know it's right here somewhere in these.
Y'all just have patience with us. We're learning this.
Not the right batch.
But here's the thing, it's comical with me and Ty. She'll call, wake me up, or I'll call and wake her up, and it's like, oh my God.
Get up right now.
Right now. Get on there right now. Let's do
Read your messages. Read your messages. Okay.
That's why I usually look like, you know.
There we go. I re-download it here. Let's try this again. That's Savannah.
Because the thing of it is, this is all about everybody. You know, it's not.
That one. Is that the only one I just didn't send? I guess it is the only one I didn't send.
See, that's what I think, Kim. I don't understand the ignorance behind thinking that it's cool because he's my age. We're adults, people. I'm past adult. I'm like getting into over the hill kind of. You know, I'm 51. He's close to my age. You know, just with age, life, and experience, you would know not to post stuff if you work at a jail or at the courthouse.
Yep. Here's Miss Cody. Miss Billy Badass.
Prepaid call from.
Oh, there's her girl, guys.
Yeah.
Yep. And here is the one of her mommy and husband, Mr. Bryant. Dude.
Hey, hang on 1 second.
Fucking gross. Tell her I love her so much. And we're
trying
to get her out of there. I'm trying to get you, Sarah. I'm trying to get you.
I'm trying to get you out.
I love you.
Please, love you.
I'm fighting for you.
She said either way, what? Hang on. Okay. Either way.
Either way, Iglesias says 10 more days.
Yeah. She's
I love
doing.
you.
I love you. You got this, baby.
She
It's
hit.
hard, but I got this.
Tell
You
her what
got
I
it.
told you, Mom. She's there for a reason. Keep her eyes and ears open. Be aware.
Yeah.
Everything.
Mom needed me to be still for some reason.
Exactly.
Just to keep her safe right
Did
now.
you hear?
No, what'd she say?
She said God needed me to be still for a reason. So.
Yep,
You
that's
know.
right. That's right. That's what God don't put nothing on us that's not for a greater purpose. Whenever crazy shit happens like this, there's always a bigger purpose behind it. I knew it back then when they started railroading me with the when they
With
hit us
everything.
with kidnap charges and stuff. Like after everything was just back to back to back to back to back, and they tried so hard to take me down. Like I
Yeah.
was like, okay, there's got to be a bigger purpose, and I prayed about it, and I asked God, like, what is going on? And He spoke to me, and He said, just be
Yep.
still.
You know, we talked about that. You know, I'm out of Letcher County. I could have never looked back. I could have never said a word. I could have walked away.
I'm never looking back at Letcher County.
You know,
No.
I you know, but God, there's so much wrong and there's so many people that's suffering, and I can't, you know.
It's hard not to.
Looking the other way has got us where we're at. You know, and
Have you heard anything from my lawyers lately?
oh
What?
no,
Okay.
no, I haven't. No, baby. Yeah, I can do that. Well, there you go. Get you some sunshine. I love you. Love you, baby. All right, son. Well, you do what you got to do, you know. Take care of you.
Kim said, guys, I'm
Yeah.
so sorry for all the crazy things that you ladies have had to deal with. My heart aches for you. I'm so proud of you two for coming out and letting us, the public, know what's really happening there.
Aw, thank you for looking beautiful. I thought I looked pretty rough this morning. Look like a cockatoo with my hair
Okay,
sticking
I
out.
just got us another photo. Let me see if I can get it.
All right.
Get my inbox to update while she finishes with Sarah.
Okay.
Come on. Is that it?
I know. Don't.
Yeah.
It's okay. I love you too. It'll be okay.
It's going to be all right.
All right.
God love her.
All right. Love you too, baby. Love you. Bye. Oh, Lord, that little squeak in her voice, you know, where she's trying not to cry.
Yes.
As a mom, is that the bike he wrecked the first day with no license and
I don't
no.
know, but that's the bike that Liz makes fun of on her show, the Muff Diver bike.
Yeah.
And rightfully so. Would y'all want that diving into your muff?
No.
Anybody out there?
No.
No.
No. I'm good.
Yeah, I don't know what you think, but your
I've been
fucking
single
filter is
for.
broken. Your fucking lens is broken. Your mirror's broken or something because you are deceived, my friend. You're gross. You're gross. And the fact that you have those disrespectful, degrading things on your truck to display at our county courthouse, sir.
Yes.
Daily.
What?
And they've been called out about it multiple times by people around the town. Why is his picture still up here? Why won't it go away? There we
Which
go.
one?
Him. I didn't want to have to look at him. I wanted to see you.
Oh, okay.
Trying to get him off of there. Ugly, fucking nasty thing. You know that beard just stinks. Ew. Ew. Yeah.
But, you know, in his mind,
God's gift to women.
he's a lady killer. And, you know, heck yeah.
Like Michael Clark little waving at you. The
I
fuck's
know.
wrong with y'all?
I know. But you know, that right there shows they're all in positions of power over top of us.
They think they can just continue.
And they think they can do anything they want. And you know, this is a problem that goes back before all this. Women in our area has always been treated second class. We're second class citizens. We're not, women are, we don't need to speak. We're, you know, cook, clean, and have babies. That's pretty much our goal, or what, you know, is expected. So when you speak up as a woman, I mean, they treat it like it's a joke. And it's always been that way, you know. And if we wasn't treated that way by the, like, say, the, how do you say it, Ty? Like the upper ups, you know, the people in power over us, we were also going through it at home with our husbands. And, you know, when you get in that cycle of domestic violence, I was in a bad one. And, you know, you get in that cycle of, you almost come to a point you feel that you deserve it. And, you know, I have fought that feeling my whole life, being told I'm not good enough, or I'm not, you know, and they break us down like that. You know, it's not just the jail, you know, we have to deal with it, you know, in our everyday lives, you know. And it's, you know, and about every woman in Letcher County, and there's men, I'm not saying it's just a woman thing, but it is a woman thing how we have been treated, you know, in the county. But men are abused too. But when you go for help, I got a restraining order wadded up and threw at me. I actually have it. You know, I was threw at me, and I was ended up in a bad.
That
Huh?
you want to talk a little bit about?
Yeah, we can. I mean, we'll go ahead and throw that and out there.
Let's move these pictures. Let me see if I can get these off of here so that we can kind of change pace a little bit.
Yeah, because it's so.
I'm so mad.
I'm telling you, you know, just.
I have not been this angry in a very long time.
It's insane.
To not be this angry.
Right. I was going to try to get into this last night, but I told Ty my life is so crazy. I'm gonna break it up a little bit, but a lot.
A life there. Yeah.
A whole lot. I met my husband when I was 13. He was 18. If that tells you much. Back then, I didn't think a thing about it. I just thought, oh, it's cool. I got a boyfriend that's, you know, at that time, alcohol drinking age was 18. And, you know, so of course you run around thinking, oh, that's cool, you know. So I ended up my senior year of high school. We got married. I had Caleb while I was in high school. I graduated high school. We were together for 17 years. Married, but we'd been together a little bit longer, you know, if you count dating. And the domestic violence was off the chain. I mean, he has gave me and the kids so much PTSD. I mean, it's hard to function. And Ty's actually saying he still tries to manipulate and control me, even now. Yeah. So I decided I wanted to do foster care. And because it was something I really felt I wanted to do. And we went through the whole classes, the training, the, you know, all that crazy stuff. We got done. You know, you fill out forms like, you know, what kind of child do you want to take? Things like that. Keep that in mind. And I checked every box on there. I wanted from 0 to 18, didn't care if they was medically fragile, it didn't matter. I wanted to take, that's what I wanted to do. And we started doing foster care. He had a very good job, paid good. I mean, we were doing great. And I noticed everything he started acting funny. Things just wasn't adding up. He quit his job. I mean, I'm talking crazy stuff. Just, like, didn't make sense. So I left and went, had a doctor's appointment. I come back and I caught him, like, it was just one of those moments as a wife. And let me back up and say he cheated, like consistently cheated the whole time we was married. We would have spells. He would cheat. We would separate for a while. Then we would get back together, whatever. On again, off again. There was even I had a domestic violence order and everything against him at one point when I was pregnant with Sarah. He come in and about beat me to death with Sarah when I was pregnant with her. So you got to keep in mind we had all this in our background. So that weekend, one of the kids had a visit with their family. And normally, either I would go or Caleb or, another kid or one of them, biologic would go, That way nothing could be said that, there was any wrongdoing. And no, they left while I was gone and left. So I picked up the phone and I called and I'm like, what's going on? What the hell's this? Kind of one of them things. Well, we'll jump ahead a little bit. I found out that when I talked to him that I guess he was in a relationship with a 17-year-old that I had in my home, her and her child. She had a child, so I had her and her baby. So I kept the baby while she went to school. But anyway, I found out, and he told me, he said, I ain't coming back, blah, 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 whatever. So I picked up the phone and I called the state police first. And then I called the social workers. And I told them what was going on. I could have kept my mouth shut, but there was no way. No way. Because it's like I told him, they put those children in our home to get away from people like that. So, later on down the road, they just kind of kept babying him. It's kind of how I've seen it. People in town were running around like, oh, she knew. She knew. No, if I'd have known, it would have, what I mean.
It would have been nipped in the bud.
That, So me and the kids were struggling. It was embarrassing. He just packed up and moved to Lexington where nobody knew who he was and disappeared. He's fine. Meanwhile, me and the children are, we were in Letcher County getting eat up, like because of what he done. So about February, I get a call from a friend that said, turn the TV on. And I'm like, turn the TV on? She said, turn the TV on now. And I'm like, okay. I see my car running down the road in a police chase, helicopters and everything. They get him, they arrest him. Okay. And he went to trial for everything. Him and her both, I don't know. It was just a big mess. But what happened, even though she was almost 18 and the legal age of consent in Kentucky is 16, because of him being a foster parent, that made it him in a position of power over her. So it wasn't legal. It wouldn't have been legal even if she was 18, that kind of thing. So, we went through.
Would be a little bit different. Like the consensual thing, yet again, would not even apply in that situation.
No,
because she's a ward of the state.
She's a ward of the state. That's exactly
even
right.
of age, as a ward of the state, you are not able to consent. It's
Consent.
not even a question. This has
No.
been established a long time ago.
Right.
So all this
So
consent, no. There is
what
no
got
such
me-
thing in the legal justice system.
what
Or
got
the
me
person-
was when we was applying to be a foster parent, the past domestic violence came up. I told them the truth, what had happened, you know. That was brushed aside. And that form I told you that we filled out, well, he filled his out, female, from teenager, basically. That was it. So I told the social worker, I was like, you know, did nobody
did
feel
they
the
not like
need to pull me aside and say, you know, Brandy, this is red flaggish. This is very red
Weird.
flag.
Did you know your husband selected the specific
Right.
age and
Right.
gender?
Yep.
Nobody thought that was a good idea.
Mm-mm. So but what led to, I've got the restraining order. Anyway, I had got a domestic violence order because it led into a fight. I ended up breaking my hand. It was just a big mess, you know. So he come back into the home. It was Halloween. It was the day before Halloween. And he showed up at my house at like 11:30 at night. Wanted me to wake up Sarah and Jacob and get them ready. He was taking them with him. Then he said he wasn't taking Jacob. He was just going to take Sarah. And I thought, I'm like, hell, no, you're not. So I told him, I said, well, why don't you just come back tomorrow? I'll have her, you know, in her costume and we'll go trick or treating. I was trying every way in the world to, you know, diffuse the situation. Well, he goes and grabs her and takes off running with her. I take off running after him. He knocked me backwards, and when I fell, it knocked the wind out of me. But I got up, and Sarah reached over and unlocked the door. So I opened the passenger door, and so I had her top, you know, like her arms around my neck, and her holding on to me, and I'm holding her. He had her legs, and I begged him. I said, "Please, please, don't do this. You know, please, there's enough trouble. Please, don't do this." So he told me her for me. I said, fine. I marched Sarah back in the house and I told her and Jacob, I said, do not open this door for anybody other than the police or your granny and papa. You know, I just, because I was scared he would get back into him. I knew he's going to kill me. I knew he was going to kill me. So it ended up with me getting brutally. I mean, like, I got beat bad. The cops showed up, drug him to jail, which is another thing. All that got dropped conveniently. But anyway, at the time, Sam Wright was the judge, and he said that where he had beat me so bad that it didn't deserve a domestic violence order. He gave me like a full-time, lifetime restraining order, you know, to keep him away from killing me, because he about killed me that night in front of my children. I just remember when I hit the ground, I remember looking, and we had a big old huge picture window, and Sarah and Jacob was in that window watching. And, you know, so we went through all that and the police chase, and, you know, so we was embarrassed again. I ran, got the kids from school, you know, brought them home, tried to deal with it the best I could. I didn't know what to do, you know. But I feel like in the situation, they made him out to be like a victim almost. Like, you know, his family did, definitely.
Yeah.
You know, if I'd have been a better wife, or if I'd have done this, or if I'd have done that. And I couldn't get them to understand that don't matter. You've got to look at what he done. You know, it marked out everything that we ever had together. At that point, that was it.
Pretty racist.
I didn't want him around us, you know. And, you know, he has continued to cause problems since then,
And the
you
kids
know,
grown,
with the kids.
grown.
Yeah, they're grown, and he'll tell them,
Listen, whenever I
"Oh,
was down there, the day
go
that
ahead."
that we finally got, I can't remember which one was the last one. Caleb was the last one to come back, wasn't he?
Yeah,
We
yeah,
finally got
Jacob
him
come
moved
first.
in and stuff. They got all their stuff brought in, and you said, "Finally, I've got all my kids back from that motherfucker, and I don't have to deal with him."
I don't have to deal with him. I mean, it did not matter if he
And
got mad about
how
something.
old is your oldest child? How long you been dealing with him?
He's
long-
33.
So you were 13. You have been dealing with this man
Since I was 13, and I'm
since you
51
were
now.
13.
Yeah,
And dealing
I'm
with his abuse, and you didn't feel free
if you
until
think about it,
finally.
right, if you think about it, I was 13.
And then he still come
He was
to your
18.
house, didn't he? And pulled you out of the car and stuff. Tried to choke you out in the driveway after that.
Yeah.
Just the other
Oh,
day.
yeah.
Just a few weeks ago.
He was, he was like
He's lucky I wasn't there.
bear hugging.
Back to his head.
Yeah, I stayed in the car. What it was, the kids had went back to get the last bit of their stuff.
Yeah.
And I told him, I said, guys, I'm going to stay in the car because his ex-wife that lives with him, it's some weird arrangement. But anyway, I said, I'm just going to stay in the car. I don't want to cause no trouble. I just don't want to see him, you know, because I've got to that point in my life. I don't even want to see him.
And he done the kids so dirty too. Whenever.
Oh God, yeah, he did.
He
Yeah.
had to get them all moved out and in and within a matter of a few hours. And he was supposed to be giving them to the end of the month and everything. And
right. And then all of a sudden, you've got 8 hours to be out. So, and I was moving dad at that time too. So here I'm moving dad.
Stuff too.
Yeah, and they were working.
Yeah.
So, you know, he totally disrupted their lives again after begging them to come down there to get a fresh start. And he begged me, and I was like, I'm not living under the same roof with you ever again. But the kids had went in, they were getting the rest of their stuff, and he come out to the car, and because in our family group chat, I had backed Savannah and agreed with her, he was mad. Oh, he was furious because I'm not allowed to speak my opinion, you know, ever. Never had been.
Yeah.
So it infuriated him. And so he was just yelling, just rah, 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 you know, and I could tell the boys were just, they didn't, you know, there's so much PTSD with my kids. We don't know how to act in situations. We just.
Well, you got to think about a trauma response. Like the ones people mostly think about is fight or flight, but that's not all there is.
Yeah.
There's also freeze.
Yeah.
Fight.
Because I shut down.
People react in weird ways sometimes too. You know, it's unpredictable when you have trauma.
Yeah.
Your brain is going to choose to handle it.
And it was so normal being abused that, you know, his family never said anything. They would come for family dinners and Christmas and stuff. And I'd have black eyes, busted lips because the house wasn't clean enough.
I fucking hated that one. Getting the question, what'd you do to deserve that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Boy's mommy used to ask me that shit.
Yeah, what'd you do? What'd you do? You know,
your son to put his weenie back in his dick and quit trying to fuck his 12-year-old niece, and there won't be a problem.
Right. You know, there were things that just, you know, we had got to a point in our marriage that he lived and worked in Lexington. He come home on the weekends. I did his laundry. I packed it back up and he left. Yeah. He's never really been close with the kids. He's never really tried to be close with the kids. I've got ex-foster children that, you know, I did have that, you know, I'm still very close to because we formed that bond. Yeah. You know, he might have been doing what he was doing, but in my heart, I was
trying to run a home.
I was trying my best. And, you know, I've talked to them And, you know, I've got one, her name's Tess, and I love her. I love her to death. That's my girl. And she'll tell you, I couldn't stand him. Couldn't stand him. I mean, he was mean to me in front of them, you know.
Yeah.
But there's such a secret. It has to be a secret. And I noticed that, you know, even with things with social services and things, you know, don't tell. Shut your mouth, you know, suck it up. Suck it up. You're fine. You'll be all right. You learned your lesson, you know, shit like that is what, you know, I was told since I was 13, you know, and I had a great home life. I had wonderful parents. Why this, you know, was the path I chose, I'm not sure, but, you know, I did. I'll tell you why. The same reason Sarah's in trouble right now. I thought I could fix it.
Yeah.
I loved him. I loved him. I had children with him. I thought I could fix
It was
it.
all you knew.
Oh, it was on the news.
I
It
mean, it was
was,
all you knew, like being with
yeah.
him in the world that you created with him.
See, you
That's
got to
all
think
you
I met
knew
him.
from the
I
age
met
of
him
13.
13.
You
I
didn't
never
know
had
that
it.
there was another way to be.
No, I didn't. I had never had like another
You
boyfriend.
didn't know that men could be good.
Right. I didn't date. I knew, you know, my daddy never acted like that or treated my mommy that way ever.
No.
Mom would have killed him, but
Right?
no, but you know, I
I couldn't
never,
imagine Mr. Taylor ever.
but you know, I remember the first time he hit me, I was pregnant with Caleb. School was getting ready to start back, and we had rented an apartment in downtown Whitesburg so I could walk to school. That way I could finish school. I didn't want to quit school. I wanted to finish. So I remember we was putting stuff up, and my best friend at the time was there with me, and I said something. I don't even remember what it was, you know, that's 33 years ago, and I remember he hauled off and just whap, you know, and it floored me. I didn't know what to do. I had never had anybody ever do that, you know, not at home, not, you know, and I couldn't understand, what did I do? You know, why did I deserve that? You know, but for years he groomed me into thinking I was a bad person. You know, if I looked at another guy or anything, I was a whore, you know, or I slept with them. Or I went to the grocery store one time and was there too long and I slept with a bag boy, evidently, you know, things like that. And, you know, at first it would happen like maybe once every 6 months, once a year, you know, it wasn't all the time. So I thought this will be okay. This will be okay. And by the end, it was weekly. And I'm talking beatings that you have trouble bouncing back from.
That's the
You
thing
know,
about
I've had my
domestic violence.
tailbone broke.
Once it begins, it only escalates. It
Yep.
doesn't matter how many empty promises there is that it'll never happen again, or that it won't be bad, or that he'll
Yep.
change, or he didn't mean it. There's no such thing. Let me tell
No.
you something. When a man's an abuser and he lays his hands on you,
Yeah,
he's
that's,
going to continue to
oh
lay
yeah, it's not going to
and he's
change.
going to continue to abuse you in other ways,
Yep.
financially, emotionally, mentally.
Oh yeah, I was
psychologically.
trapped. I mean, there was no
Taking
money.
your
One time,
children.
me and the babies, oh my gosh, they wasn't babies, but they were, you know, this is almost right at the end. I had Caleb. Me and Caleb, it was, I mean, he had to be like my best friend. I mean, because I wasn't allowed to have friends. So I had made a plan. He never kept gas in the car. He wouldn't keep more than a quarter of a tank in there because I would use it to go home to mom and dad. And he knew that. So I had put back grocery money. You know, I'd lied, put back some money for gas. And Caleb had put Sarah in the car seat. I already had the bags ready to go. We got to the gas station, and I told Caleb, I said, sit with the baby, with Sarah and Jake. I said, I'll be right back. So while I'm inside paying for gas, I look, and he's getting my children out of the car and putting them in the van. He caught me. And, this is before cell phones and stuff. So, my butt stopped at the first gas station, which was stupid. But, when you're trying to run, you don't care what's going on. So I went out to the car, and he looked at me, and he said, you got two choices. He said, you can go to your parents and you'll never see them again. He said, or you can come home and shut your mouth. I went home. He had my babies. He had my babies. So, and oh yeah, it's gut wrenching, because their childhood was destroyed by things that they seen and went through, and it was hard, So when what happened, there was no sympathy for us. None. It was like, well, whatever. And it was just the fact of he come in, the house was in his name. The cars were in his name. So he took my cars, and he called Christmas that year. We separated. It was the end of September. And he called, wanted to talk to kids, it's Christmas. And got done talking to Sarah and said, put your mommy on the phone. And he said, you've got till New Year's to get your shit and those kids and get out of my house, or the sheriff will get you out of that house. And the sheriff did. They come up and put a note on the door and a padlock. We got some of our stuff, but not everything. It just, you couldn't go for help. Every time I went for help, I was told, well, you let him come back. Yeah, I'm stupid, but that don't give him the right to do the things he's doing to me, And it hurt me because he had friends. And I'm pretty sure they knew what kind of person he was, But, he was the type of person that everybody thought was just this awesome guy. Did no wrong. Help coach soccer, help coach baseball, help coach the kids' teams. He was out in public, this wonderful person. And behind closed doors, me and those kids were living in hell. He caught Caleb smoking on his birthday and busted him. Just messed him up. And, there was nothing was, like, even in a situation like that, he could have stopped and said, it's my child's birthday. Maybe I don't need to act like a dumbass today. No. None of that ever mattered. It just, and the fact that I have been divorced 20 years, and he scarred me so bad, I still have never been remarried. I don't date. I don't, my self-esteem is that, because I was told, I was trying to go to college. I was at EKU. I was so just excited. And no. I was gaining independence. I was starting to realize things.
And not need it.
I was right. And he knew I was smart enough to find help and try to get out, And so that got took, So I would say, well, I want to get a job. That's why foster care come around, because it was a job that I could stay home and he didn't have to worry about me being out anywhere, which, you know, I just, and he's still that way with me, you know, with things like the control factor. But when I had all three of them here and I didn't have to worry about getting that phone call saying, you know what your son did, you know what your daughter did, trying to pray to God that he wouldn't do something else that would, hurt him more. It was so freeing that night after the confrontation, with him bear hugging, like holding on, I told the boys, I said the old me would have been messaging him the whole way home, going, how
off,
dare you, da, 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 and I said,
giving him
I
the
don't care.
reaction he wanted.
I don't care. He's done the damage he's done. It's, it is what it is. And, I sit and cry about, cause there's a lot of, it's a lot worse than what I want to, say right now.
What you're ready for.
Yeah. Because some of it is just, you don't recover from it. It's always there in the back of your mind.
Nightmares never go.
No. I used to say I'd rather be punched. I'd rather be punched because a bruise will...
It'll heal.
It'll heal.
See it every day.
It'll heal.
Those inner emotional wounds.
They stay. They stay. I still remember. That's like me remembering the first time he hit me. I can tell you what song was playing. I can tell you what I had on. You don't forget. You just don't forget. And so, by the time, I met you all, I was still trying to heal from all that trauma. And so all I could think of, well, I can help them. I can help them. I can help.
I got out. I could help them get out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's why that
you were like, I got out. You can't.
Yeah.
You can do this. Yeah.
Yeah. I said, if anybody can get out, I didn't think I would. I really didn't. I thought I would stay there and die there,
Yeah.
And, there was times that I thought I was going to die. When I was pregnant with Sarah, they come in and kicked him off the top of me. There's a police report, he was, sitting on my stomach, so I just, there's things I sit and I wonder about, and it makes sense now. But when I was in that marriage, it didn't make no sense. To me, I was just trying to raise my kids because he's the one that had income. I didn't have no income. I didn't have no way to take care of 3 kids and, whatever else, house payments and car payments and, so I was intimidated financially. I was intimidated, physically, mentally.
Go ahead. I'm going to find the wheel of abuse.
Because you don't think.
For people.
I remember the first time thinking this thing, because he swore, oh, it'll never happen again, never happen again. And that's how it always went with the cheating too. I swear I didn't, blah, blah, blah. There was always excuses, but I knew I would always know something was going on because I would end up starting, I'd get the shit beat out of me sometimes for, like every other day, right? For who knows what, but I would notice his patterns, and if he changed, like quit a job or something just radical, I knew in the back of my mind, get ready, get ready, it's coming. And it's, I just don't want anybody else
to stay stuck like that.
Yeah. To ever have to have their heart broke, time and time again, or worry about their children, is he going to do something to my kids because that's all I cared about? So that's why I'm the way I am, about helping people, because I think I would have gave anything if somebody would have said, hey, let me help you. Here's a place you and the kids can stay. Here's a place you're safe. Here's a place that you don't have to worry. I'm not going to let him come and hurt you.
Yeah.
He wadded that restraining order up and threw it at me. Like, what's this going to do? But that's the only protection you have. And I take a lot of the accountability of staying as long as I did, and I do. I do. I beat myself to death over it.
Yeah.
But
Can you see this? Can you
yes,
see the screen?
yes,
I hope we're not going wonky.
I can see it. I don't know if everybody else can.
Explain to people like some of how the intricacies of domestic violence. It's not just getting beat up. It's not just having black eyes. It's not just being talked down to.
No.
Using coercion and threats, making and carrying out threats to do something to hurt her, threatening to leave her, to commit suicide, to report her to welfare, making her drop charges, making her do illegal things, using intimidation, making her afraid by using looks, actions, gestures, smashing things, destroying her property, abusing pets,
Everything.
displaying weapons, using emotional abuse, putting her down, calling her names, making her think she's crazy, playing mind games, humiliating her, making her feel bad about herself, making her feel guilty, using isolation, controlling what she does, who she sees and talks to, what she reads, where she goes, limiting her outside involvement, using jealousy to justify your actions, minimizing, denying, and blaming, making light of the abuse and not taking her concerns about it seriously, saying the abuse didn't happen, shifting responsibility for abusive behavior, saying she caused it. Look what you made me do. I don't know how many times I've heard that.
Yeah.
Using children, making her feel guilty about the children, using the children to relay messages, using visitation to harass her, threatening to take the children away.
Oh, yeah. That was the main one with me. That one and just...
Yeah. Using male privilege, treating her like a servant, making all the big decisions, acting like the master of the castle, being the one to define men's and women's roles, using economic abuse, preventing her from getting or keeping a job, making her ask for money, giving her an allowance, taking her money, not letting her know about or have access to family income.
Right. Yeah.
That is
gosh, I hit about every one of those.
This doesn't just apply to domestic violence. This just applies to abuse and coercion and stuff in general. So yes, it applies to what's happening in the court system too.
Right. Right. And that's why I'm so strong about supporting you and everybody else. My children are grown. I have made a pile of mistakes as tall as I am. And I'm here for advice. I can tell you what I've been through. I can help the best I can. But I've never really talked about what made me how I am, So it's rough.
It is. It's hard. It's healing.
Yeah. Because they control everything, and there would be times though I would think he takes good care of me. He would use religion. Religion was the main one because he knew I was raised Christian. You know how Dad is and everything. And that would be the main thing he would use against me. He would tell me, wives are supposed to submit. You're under me. And he would use religion to, control like what, kind of how like I was telling you, the religious trauma, it's, he would use that in the kids. And I would be like, okay, all right, And that's like now it's weird. We've been divorced 20 years and we have remained what you would say friends.
Mhm.
He still blames me though. This is the part that just pops the top of my head off. To this day, he still says I'm the reason he went to prison. If I'd have kept my mouth shut. But guess what? No. No.
No,
It was wrong.
it was wrong.
It was wrong. And, in my mind, I couldn't do it. I could not. I mean, like I said, I called, and he knows I called. He don't understand, social services was already poking around. They were suspicious. But he limited what you know what I'm saying? I was so limited on outside things,
Mhm.
It was hard to catch him. Like I said, I just have to watch a pattern. If he started acting weird or, changing jobs was the main one with him. He would change jobs, just boom, out of nowhere. He'd go from a nurse to driving a truck. Or, just weird, like you're making excellent money and you quit. And it wasn't, if he would have had an excuse like, well, I wanted to spend more time at home. But that wasn't it. He was gone just as long with that job too. But I don't know. I said, and it's always, and all this happened right when Caleb was 14. Drug court. So I'm in the middle of this kind of divorce and my child's in juvenile drug court getting
And
yanked all over the place.
y'all ain't even heard the stories about the divorce courts here. A lot of women who ended up in the position that I was in with the jail and all that stuff got there because of divorce court. They lost their children and stuff because of divorce courts because they wanted to support the abuser.
Yep.
And then suck the woman into their system.
I took
people
all
who worked
responsibility.
alongside them. It's not just people who are addicts or community members. It's people that worked right there in the courtroom. It's people that worked right with Kevin Mullins and them.
Yeah.
We're also done the same way. A friend of mine, I can't wait until her story comes out. She was sexually harassed by Mullins. She, whenever she told him no, and then she got moved out of his office to work somewhere, to work in a different area of the courthouse, because he put her in such a bad position all the time. She told him no. She declined and tried to move on with her life, but that wasn't good enough. Whenever it came time for her divorce, they destroyed her. And had she not had her criminal justice degree and been able to fight it, then she would have probably ended up just like me.
Listen, I got in there, and this is the honest to God's truth. I took everything. I took debt. I took all the debt. And all I asked for was my babies, full custody of my babies. And I asked for my maiden name back, which the kids wanted me to keep the same as theirs, and I still have it. But I took all the debt. I didn't want to argue because I was afraid, because him and his family had made a habit of calling social services every 2 weeks. I'd have Chris Collier at my door hey, here again, they were trying to
Catch you up on anything they could.
anything they could. And they never could, because at that time I wasn't doing anything. I was, at that time I was, straight. I was me, the real me. And, but, they it was one thing after another. So in the court, when they told me if I didn't sign to let him in drug court, they's going to take my other kids. I thought to myself, I just got done fighting a pure death fight to get them. And now you're threatening to take them again. I was 32 at the time too, when this was going on. I was 32. I had a 14, a 12-year-old, and a 7-year-old.
Mm-hmm.
So, I made a ton of mistakes, but I did the best I could, and with what I had. And if it hadn't been for my parents helping with the drug court thing, because they drug tested every day. They had counseling like every other day. There was always something going on with,
Programs.
with program. And it did not matter. They didn't care if you had money or not. They'd sanction him if, we missed a drug test, or, we didn't make it to counseling or whatever. He got sanctioned for it. And, and usually it was
gas money to get there or not.
Well, usually it starts out like 2 weeks in Breathitt County. Then it jumps up to a month. And it jumps up to 90 days, And so the sanctions just kept getting bigger and bigger. And you got to think, I'm going to go visit him. So there's gas money back and forth from there. Every time you turned around, they had him in a rehab. Some kind of they had him in one in Beattyville. And like one of the stories, they loaded every one of the kids up now and took them to a dentist. And all of them had to have their wisdom teeth cut out. Like, okay, things like that, that make you scratch your head like, why did they do that? And they would constantly remind you, he's not yours. He belongs to the state. He belongs to the state, So.
But the state can't keep him from getting harmed and hurt in custody.
And they knew our situation. They knew I had been abused. I had been in front of them before to
Just
get
like they knew that Sarah
DVOs.
was being abused when they took them babies and give them to his people.
Yep. So, that's why we're so leery about calling 911. That's why I know my child. She had to be scared. Because, we've had such bad reactions.
Such bad experiences with the cops. We don't call the cops because they're dangerous. They hurt us.
Yep.
They cause us problems.
You get put in the back of a car.
That strikes me greatly that she is the one that called for that reason. Because I know.
You know her. She would not have done it.
And we've already got the warnings as they're like, there've been warnings from other officials and lawyers and journalists and investigators from away from here that say, if you're in trouble, don't call the police.
Don't
call one of us. Call somebody else.
Call somebody other than them.
This safety network and had safe houses around Letcher County. I don't think a lot of people are even aware that there are safe houses in Letcher County.
Nope. Only us know who they are. And it's a good thing because the police would harass the crap out of them.
Where they are. Yeah. And
how bad did they harass me, Ty?
Because the risk is really real for these people trying to get away from these monsters.
Yep. And if you help somebody else, I was harassed. Oh, I was harassed. You know, they would show up at the house, and I was a bad parent for having these people around my kids. And, you know, are they here? And, you know, it was horrible.
Yeah.
They were at my house at least once a week. I mean, on average, once a week, looking for Caleb or this or that, or, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
But I guess I was just a little too ornery and didn't let it bother me, because to me, I never wanted anybody to go through what I went through. I never wanted anybody to be sitting with their kids trying to figure out, would they be better off, you know, if I wasn't here? Would he be better to them, you know? So I just don't want anybody to ever have to go through that, you know. It sucks. It really does.
That's why it's so imperative that we get this off the ground, like right now. We've got people messaging.
It's so important.
Oh, and they need help. They need help now. They needed it a long time ago.
Yeah.
So,
and
we've really got work to do.
You know, with all the funding that has come into Letcher County, and you know, they talk about that opioid stuff, the money from it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Letcher County has, now this was when I was going through stuff. They have a shelter, but you have one night in it. You have to have an ID. Most people don't have an ID. Girls, they don't have their birth certificate, Social Security card. I mean,
for help because they're going to be taken in or hurt.
Yep. So they have nowhere to go.
Yeah.
You know, you find a cemetery, or you find.
I can't tell you how many nights me and Caleb slept in a cemetery.
In a cemetery.
We stay up here on Coastland a lot because it was so private.
And it was our family. It was family cemetery.
And there was like a shelter, so that we was able to like put sleeping bags and stuff out there. But we stayed there a lot.
Yep. And it's sad because, you know, there's no options. You know, I had no options. I mean, I could have went home to mom and dad, but I just didn't want to put them through it. And I had went back and forth with him so much that they were probably fed up with me doing it, you know. But, you know, when you have nowhere to turn or nowhere to go, and you've got kids and no money, it's scary. It's scary, you know.
It's scary if you don't have kids and in that situation, knowing you're trapped, knowing that, that you don't have a vehicle to get in and leave if you're
right.
Knowing that, like, it doesn't matter what kind of bad situation you might be stuck in, because this motherfucker don't give about nothing but keeping you stuck.
Right. Right. And that's the main thing. You're cut off from everybody. You know, you was talking about destroying a person's property. I used to have I loved Apple stuff.
Everything I got.
You know, Apple stuff. And he busted everything I had up one time, and I called Mom, and I said, Mom, he's busting all my Apple stuff. I don't know, I'd piss him off about something, but buddy, she come down there. He quit real quick. He, you know, she could put the fear of God in him, but, you know, it's just, like I said, to the public, he was this outstanding, wonderful volunteer for, you know, anything type of person. But at home, me and the kids we were terrified. It was horrible. I think people knew, because, you know, there'd be times people would say stuff to me like, you know, if you ever need me, or if you, you know, and it was a different kind of, if you need me. I mean, you know, but like I said, I'd walk around with busted lips and black eyes, and, you know, you can't hide it. I don't care how much makeup you put on, you can't hide it.
Yeah.
So, you know, I just, you know, that's why I'm like, man, this stuff has to stop. You know, I'm 51 years old, and if I was going through it in the 90s and the early 2000s, you know, this stuff is not you know, until the light shined on it enough that, you know, I don't know how I'm trying to say it, Ty, like, you know, until it's going to take big, you know, something big to stop it. That's like us talking about the jail. They
We
know
need
what
the
they're doing is
community to
wrong.
rally together,
Right.
and we have to take a stand, guys.
Yeah.
We have to take a stand as a
Right.
community.
Whether
It's
you
time to
was
put a stop
abused
to this shit.
or not abused, whether you was abused by somebody in the courthouse or jail or you wasn't,
Or you
your
weren't.
voice is
Let's
important.
see it happening to others.
Right. Your voice is important.
Yes.
Everybody's is, you know, and that's why me and you was talking. That's why we try to get the stories out, you know, people's stories, because, you know, when you got somebody messaging you and you can tell in the messages that it's hard. I mean,
They're heartbreaking.
I have a hard time
And
getting
it's
through them.
rapey.
Yeah. And, you know, people's just in situations that, I mean, what are they going to do? And then you're in a corrupt county that you're scared to go to jail. Look what could happen.
And look what the jail workers say.
You know,
What they
it's not a secret.
What they do.
It's not a secret. They're on Facebook telling you what they do. They're on Facebook telling you what they're going to do. You know, you know, that threat could be for any of us.
Yeah.
That watch her show. You know, it's not just her. You know,
that wanted to put their name in their mouth. Well, your name's in my motherfucking mouth, and it ain't coming out.
Yeah.
Cody, Savannah Faye.
See,
Bryant.
She's more in Sarah's age group.
What's that mommy's name? Stacy?
Stacy, I think.
You gonna make people's life hell? We'll see about that, bitch.
See, that's the only thing, Ty, I think that gets me is at that point right there, Brian Sloan should have stepped up as our jailer and said,
"This is what they do to people."
You know,
this is how they
right there. Yep.
Y'all get a good look at this man. How many of us has walked around looking like that because of the Letcher County Jail?
And you know, they will put, I mean, me and Ty's talked about this before. It's not sometimes physically them putting their hands on people. They'll put them in cells with people that will, you know.
Yeah.
So
it's strategic.
I feel bad about it, you know, because I don't know. Maybe
child abuser. You want to get your name out of my mouth? Dare you.
Well, and they also didn't she? Well, I know in the things they said, I don't know how many times they said Jim Stevens had went up there, and
look,
you know,
I wanted to show this one real quick. Let me just put this up here. No shit. That's old Lily Liquor there that works at the jail. Our pride and joy.
That's what I'm saying. My parents would have beat me.
This lady died in the care of the jail. By the time they sent her for medical help, I think she died at the hospital. But yeah, she died at the hospital while in jail custody.
Gosh almighty. You know, and she's
back in 2022. Okay, and then we've got remember Sharon?
Yeah. Sharon
Collins.
Yes.
On hers. And then the whole thing with Lexi, we still don't know about that. They say that there's that it was all legit.
They say it was on video. Somebody had actually seen the video. You know, so it's kind of one of them things you don't know if it's such a big cover up that you just don't know. And that's another thing. Look up Lexi's stuff. You won't find nothing.
Oh yeah, we can't find the date that she died, y'all. We
Can't
need
find
the
it.
date that Lexi Bentley died,
If
so that
anybody
we can
knows.
so we can subpoena for the security cameras. at the jail
and get
and
start getting the
everywhere.
for you.
And at the hospital, if she really died in that hospital, wouldn't she be on security camera since she was in the fish tank?
Well, considering yes, they had her in holding. Yeah, she should have. It should be on video. And it, somebody said they actually seen the one from the jail, but I don't. You hate to say it because you don't know for 100 with it, because we've tried digging to find stuff, and we can't find an obituary, um, nothing, and it's kind of a head scratcher. I felt like, I knew Lexi's soul. She was she's honoring and sweet, but
She was fierce.
she just wanted a home.
Fierce.
She just wanted a home, family, and love. That's it.
Safe. She just wanted to be
Safe.
safe.
Yep.
That's all she wanted. She didn't need nobody's love or home or nothing. She could provide that. She
Yeah.
could do that for herself. She just wanted safety.
Safety. Because she, if you think about it, not only was she being abused by the jail, she's being abused by the uppers.
Mm-hmm.
Every turn.
Everybody.
Yeah. It's like,
family.
Yeah. And so, God love her. Who could listen to her story and not be like, wow, wow, something, justice somewhere, for something, or, an apology would be a great start, but I just, I don't know. It's hard to put it in words. It really is. When somebody, like I used to say, she was like this big ball of energy. Like, she was, not a spaz or nothing, but she was just like, she was always thinking and always creative and, writing, singing, doing something.
She would write songs and poems.
Yep.
She was good too.
She was.
She was good.
She really was.
Yeah, they were brilliant.
That's what I'm saying. If that baby would have been given a chance, any chance at all, who knows? And you too, Ty. You're so smart. I tell you all the time. You amaze me, and you do so well with this stuff. And I'm learning from you. And
I mean, it ain't difficult. Right is right, and wrong is wrong.
That's what, yeah. And that's why people know you're telling the truth, because, a lie, you got to stop and think about it for a minute. Or there's tales. Everybody has tales, poker tales, when they're fibbing, and you roll smooth. Your story doesn't change. It never has changed, and it's smooth.
It's true.
And you can answer. I've watched it
too. Like, there's a lot of there's so many people that's watched this happen. Like not only to themselves but to me. They've been part of it. They've been around while it's happening.
Yeah. Well, when you put that post up about the pepper spray, you had people. Yeah, I remember that.
I remember. Yeah.
And
never heard nobody scream that loud. They said.
I know. And so that sucks.
I was there. I remember that, and I remember thinking, "Oh my God, I've never heard anybody scream like that." And for that long, for that many hours.
Oh God, I mean, I couldn't even imagine.
And then they turn the heat up.
Right, for the sweat.
Open the door and spray into the cell. Close the door back every time we knock for water, milk, air,
anything. Yeah. I just, it's just so inhumane. That's been my thing this whole time. If they would straighten it up, I mean, pull it together and actually, do it right.
Yeah.
People get off your back. You want to know how to get rid of this? Fix it. Fix it. That's
you want
it.
Us to shut up, fucking fix it. Close that goddamn jail.
Yeah.
Ship
And-
them somewhere else where they're going to treat them like human beings and build a new one.
Or yeah, exactly. Or start from the ground up and
That building
replace.
can't be fixed in there. Look at it.
No.
The
That
fucking walls.
place.
Listen, there's holes that go to outside in the women's cell. There are
Yeah.
holes that go through the wall to the outside in the women's cell. And no, I didn't dig those. They were already there. They
Yeah.
just there from wear and tear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got to think before that was a jail, that was Letcher County's public library. And not a lot of people remember that or not, it's,
And the jail used to be
people.
upstairs on the roof floor, didn't it?
No, it
That
was
in the old courthouse.
the jail, if I'm not mistaken, was where the sheriff's department is.
Oh, okay. I thought it was upstairs, but they had bars on the windows.
It might have been.
It was a
It's
long,
hard
long
because
time
I
ago.
don't.
It would be like, wait, that was what, pre-Dawn McCall.
Yeah,
Like, wait.
yeah. I can't even remember
I don't
who.
know who the jailer was.
I know the sheriff when I was a teenager was Steve Banks, but I can't remember the jailer or anything like that. But that's another thing. Once somebody gets in office, they never leave. They never leave. How many years has Winston Meade been, or was, or the one upstairs? I can't remember her name.
Margaret Nichols.
Yeah, Margaret
She's
Nichols.
been there for hell and ever.
She was in there as long as I can remember. I mean,
Is Mike Watts doing it now?
Mike Watts. Yeah,
I've
he's
always heard that he's a good person, that he's a good fellow.
he is. But what gets me is, he's had to turn a blind eye. I love Mike. Right. I love Mike. He's awesome. He's been good to me. He's been good to my kids. He kept my middle one probably from ending up with a troubled past, or troubled, and stuff. And I've got a lot of respect for Mike. It's just, it's hard to look at him the same way now because I see all this evidence of wrongdoing. Right. And so it's hard to look at these people that has been there
Who was good to us. Like,
for 30 plus years.
I always tried to be good to y'all and stuff. I was like, yeah, you did. Like, I'll give you credit for that. Yes, you did try to be good to us.
Yeah.
But there was a lot of wrong. And you can sit and say, oh, well, my hands were tied all day long. Or we do the best we can with what we've got. Well, guess what? Sometimes your best isn't good enough. If that's your best, if
then
that
try
is your
something
best,
else.
it's not even the bare minimum.
Right. See, that's what's been my problem since this stuff has started. People that I had respect for, people that I really looked up to find out some of this stuff is like, it's crushing. It's kind of like, wow, how could you know that and not just, I don't know. Like you were saying, there's good people at the jail too. There is. There really is. There is good people. Not everybody.
Even Lena, like Lena's got her thoughts and stuff. Like she's done a lot of dirty things to people, but she did have her good moments too. She had her good moments. When she was nice to us and kind to us and stuff. And I felt like I could relate and talk to Lena a little bit more, and I felt comfortable like coming to her with issues and stuff, But
see, I didn't know Lena like inside the jail.
Even Angie, I had respect for Angie. I did.
Yeah.
Like I was mad as hell at her all the fucking time, but I still respected her, because she at least did give us the bare minimum, and she was nice sometimes. She was good to us sometimes.
Yeah.
As long as you weren't, one of the ones her husband chose to pick on.
Yeah. But things like that, you got to keep emotions and feelings and stuff out of that. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Well, first off, he shouldn't have been doing it.
It makes it hard to call them out because I feel like I did have like something of a bond with some of these people, the ones that were good to us. I felt like there was a bond there, like, well, at least there's an ally here. You know, like that they see
Yeah.
that this is wrong at least. But look how many years it's been, and then look at this man's face.
Yeah,
And
I
it's
know.
still happening every
That
day.
See, that's what I was saying earlier. You
They're
know, with
still not
all
being
this
fair.
coming out, you would think they would have sense enough to first shut up Muff Diver and his
Yep.
wife.
Yep, fire them.
Put a stop to,
Fire
put a
them.
stop to that real quick.
Yes.
Then, you know, you need to deal with who did that. Since
Mhm.
you have a recording of it, it means it
Lexi
happened down
said
there.
on Facebook that a bunch, or that she has taken over doing the pill pass now, and that they have
Yeah.
a doctor on call 24/7, and that it's that she hands out the meds herself now, so she knows they're right and stuff. And I was like, well, that's
Right.
wonderful, and I hope that that's
Oh,
true.
yeah. Yeah.
But that still doesn't.
I was glad when they told me they had the mat treatment in there, because, you know, I would worry,
Well,
you
now
know,
that the
about
judges
the
and them own the
withdrawal.
rehabs and the doctors and the clinics, the Suboxone clinics, why wouldn't they have it now that they're getting the
Yeah.
profit from it? Now
Oh,
that
they're
they're getting
getting,
charged the person's insurance and their family to fill the prescription
oh, not just that. You got to pay $25 to even see them.
to see the
And
doctor.
then you pay the
Cash
prescription.
on top of your insurance paying the doctor visit.
Yep. Yeah, I think that's why they're in trouble. Stuff like that. I mean, they should be. They
Yeah.
should be. You know, you all are taking such advantage. And in those meetings that, you know, Liz has on her channel, you know, I've sat before and just be cleaning house and listen to them. And they're rattling off this account or this fund or this money or that money. And it's like, why the hell are you not putting it in programs?
Why are you not buying a stove?
A stove, of all
A
things.
stove. I can get one at Breeding's, probably half the price.
No.
At the
Here's
vendor's
the bad part. And I know this.
Like, I
It was
know
brought
y'all can
up.
find a stove.
They were told to go get one from the senior citizens, you know, where they closed
Yeah,
the
they
senior
was given
citizens
one,
down.
wasn't they? Didn't they give
They
it to them?
told them to go get it. And never happened. Never happened. All they had to do is go up there and get it. But see, then they would have to hire somebody to cook. Or they'd have to, you know, let inmates, which that would be good too, you know. But, you
They
know,
used to
that's
hire
like these
cooks.
inmates on
They
work
used to have
release. Are they
cooks hired.
making anything?
I don't know.
The-
You're supposed to
That's-
make a wage. If you're a state employee, you can make a wage, but not if you're a county. If you're not sentenced yet, then you don't get to make
Yeah.
state wages. And that's still just pennies.
Right.
You
It's
know?
not a lot, but still, you
Not
know,
even
they're
$1
out.
a day for most.
Letcher County Tourism owes
And they're,
those
they're
inmates
doing
their
the whole
ass.
food stamps for commissary, sell it back for cash thing.
Yeah. Yeah. Because I'm telling you, those inmates keep the graveyards. They keep everything around Letcher County straight. And Letcher County Tourism is getting free, you know. And if you look into who runs that, here we go. We're back in that circle, because Letcher County Tourism used to be ran by Don Childers' daughter. I don't know if it still is, but it used to be. But, you know, they think about the money that they've got that's come in for projects for Letcher County, especially since that flood. And there's really nothing new.
Yeah.
You know, and you've got inmates doing the the maintenance and all the care on.
Women's work release just became a thing recently.
Right. I wondered why they didn't
I got
have
to work
one.
in the kitchen for one day.
Yeah.
Right before I got shipped.
Yeah.
And that was like the first time that they had let a woman out of the cell to do anything other than,
Clean.
We started getting out to
The
do an
night-
occasional load of laundry or to sweep the hallway up front.
The night I went,
But we
they
wasn't
let
getting paid for
it was a Saturday. I think it was a Saturday. And next day was visit day. So they took Lexi and some of them out to go clean the rooms, you know, I guess for visits or whatever, but it got them out of that cell. They was 14 of us crammed in that 3-man, right there in the front.
Mhm.
They crammed us right in there with them, and you had to sit up against the wall. I mean, shoulder to shoulder, and it was, man. I had one night, and one night was enough. And at that point, I realized what my son had been going through for years. Years, not a week, a month, a day. No, for years he spent down there. And it hit home at that point. It was like, oh my God. I was, after one night, I was crying and ready to go. I mean, I just, and then your stories and other women's stories about things, my God, Ty. I mean, it's ran like a third world prison. You know what I mean? Like, and it's like a third world country, how their prisons are. And it shouldn't be like that.
Making a post to ask Mr. Brian Fields, that's running for jailer, if he would do the honor of coming on
and talking. Oh, that would be awesome. He has such wonderful ideals for the jail.
Your expertise.
Yes, and he has such. I mean, if they will cooperate.
Yeah.
And help him with the funding that the jail really gets.
He can fix it. He can fix it. I've got faith in him. I know he can do it. Yeah.
I do.
It's not difficult. These people act like their hands are just at it. There's just no money. There's just no this. There's no that. No, what there is there's no fucking leadership.
Right.
That's what
Why hasn't Muff Diver been fired yet? How
Right.
many things does he have to do that gets pointed out on publicly?
How many threats do they have to make to people publicly
before it's took serious?
They have to bruise up.
Yeah.
How many?
What they done with the threats?
They have to threaten.
What they done with the threats is against the law. What I read this morning was
and it's
the
retaliation.
Law.
It's also a law. Like it gets like it's not even just that it's a threat. That's one thing. Okay, like if it's just two people on the street, whatever. These are people in law enforcement making threats to journalists and people who speak truth.
Community members.
Telling on their secrets.
Yeah. Instead of fixing it.
Let's
retaliate.
We are really screwed up here.
Here's their
outside help.
Here's their method. They retaliate. They destroy your character. And then they think it's done.
Record. If you do not have one, they will make sure you do. But
make sure you got one. Yep. That you're not credible.
If you're not an addict, it don't matter. You're still going to be known as one.
Yep. We're going to make sure we don't.
Through our rehab programs. You're still taking this medication.
Yeah. And see, that's one thing
they
that
make up their own rules as they go.
Right. There is no. There's no amendments. There's no Bill of Rights. There's no Constitution. There's nothing. They don't. That stuff don't even. It's not even part of training. From what I've been told from my child, training was just. You watch what they do, and you pick up on it. Like passing meds trays, doing this, doing that. That's your training.
Yeah.
There's no sit down and watch videos and testing and, see, being told what PREA really is and what can happen. You're not told. You are, you as a guard are put in a position of authority by the jailer. And at that point, it's your job to protect the inmates. It's your job to make sure their medical and mental health is in check and took care of. We had one person get a hold of us that was, remember, last night that was telling us that had mental health issues and was begging them,
Yeah.
you know, I need help. And he was told that, he wasn't going to hurt himself.
Yeah.
He wasn't going to. Hush. Quit acting like that.
And there's laws about that too. Somebody else was telling us last night. We need to talk about that soon too. What we was told last night. God,
Yeah.
there's so much. I'm gonna have to pee, y'all. Y'all gonna have to let me go take a pee break in a minute.
Well, we've done 3 hours.
Hillbilly Crime just posted something. It says Jennifer Hill claims dismissed from Mickey's lawsuit. Is the headline. So
I hate that.
About.
I mean, I hate that her story ain't ending. We're going to make sure of that.
It is not done. It is not over.
It's not done.
No.
No.
Not by far.
No.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what they're doing. They're trying to tuck it away. And no, there's too many facts in the deposition. There's too many facts out there to prove that her story needs to be, or her life needs to be, what's the word I'm looking, not appreciate.
Honored.
There you go.
Acknowledged, seen.
Right.
Believed.
She's not just a criminal.
Believed.
It's like Daniel calling Sabrina Atkins. What did he call her? A crackhead?
Some crackhead want money. And actually, no, Sabrina wasn't just some crackhead anyway. Like when you look into these people and their claims against them and really look at their families.
Their opinions of us, the community at large in Letcher County, we're garbage. We're crackheads. Want money, or we're doing this for, and like I said earlier, I got out. I don't have to, but I want to. This is wrong. Wrong's wrong. Period.
Yeah.
And something needs to happen.
Yeah.
Something really needs to happen.
We've got to do something. I don't know if we need to just pack up and everybody go stand in front of the jail. What do we need to do, y'all? Anybody got any ideas?
Honestly, I mean, and people tell us all the time, you need lawsuit. But like I said,
we ain't even got a
you
lawyer
can't get a lawyer to touch this
because they're scared to death of these people.
Yep. Which worries you because you think, how far up does this really go?
How far up does it go? We went to the Attorney General. Nicole did. She went and asked.
Yep.
Where's the Human Trafficking Network? His response was, oh, well, that's up to the Commonwealth Attorney there. Which she replied with, he's the judge's brother-in-law and one of them.
Right. Nothing's going to happen except to us.
Except to us.
Right. I mean, and then next thing you know, you're on the front page.
No more. I got to pee. Can you cover for a second while I'm running pee?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Does anybody have any questions?
Yeah, maybe we can scroll back through the comments and see what's up.
I'm just wondering if the man you're talking about has a military background. The man that got hurt at the jail, or my ex, or which man, Amanda? And but yeah, I don't know. I just have, it's in my heart to do it. And, we got sidelined in the beginning because of the custody case and things like that going on with the babies. And, we kind of, we stopped. But I told Ty, I'm in a spot right now, that's all I can do is help others. There's not a whole lot that, I can do right now with, my child and everything else. But, I am here for other people and to talk and try to get their story out. There's strength in numbers. Like I was saying the other day, it's like building a puzzle. Every woman, every man, every story, of, a wife that's husband was in jail. That's happened a lot. women having to do things because their husband, was locked up. So, it goes on outside of the jail, the abuse does and things. But, you can't, you know, it's like a big old wad that you just don't know where to start. You don't. It's like I was saying, Ty, and this is true. It's not just people in jail; it's their spouses. That had to do favors for
Yes.
their spouse in jail.
It's like those one text messages that we have. It was an inmate in jail, and he needed phone time. And Luther Tackett decided that he would give him phone time if the man's wife would send him pictures and talk dirty to him. And we have all those messages. I'm just waiting on permission to drop it just as soon as she.
Yeah.
As soon as she feels safe enough to do it, we're going to drop it. Yeah.
Because, you think about it, it's scary.
Yeah.
Because some people still have family in jail. We've talked about this. There's people on probation. There's people on in drug court. There's people that, are in situations that it's still scary for them to speak up. And this man right here coming out of that jail looking like that, that's proof.
This is why they are scared.
That's why they're scared. And I have seen Ty personally. I've seen Ty personally tell people during interviews or whatever, we don't have time for you all to make it this big production and whatever.
Yeah.
We need help now.
This is why.
There is people being hurt. And, okay, so you're going to get on there and you're going to put on Facebook, oh, well, it happened here, but we didn't do it. You're still responsible.
You're still responsible.
You're still responsible.
That it happened there.
Yeah. It's the 8th Amendment. I got it wrong. So.
The amount of brain cells we're dealing with here.
Yeah.
There's not very many of them. It makes me wonder, what drugs they're doing. For real.
Because it's not.
Because this shit ain't normal.
No, it's not. It's scary. It really is. You think about what
I mean, I guess some
we grew up in
the world and stuff, but this shit, it's ending. It ends today. It ends.
Child junkie.
I'm fucking locked.
No.
I am locked.
Gemma, you're right. They won't. I've called. We've all called. I mean, that's what we were saying.
To the FBI. I reported it to the multiple.
We've been reporting that.
People have been trying to get a hold of the governor who won't answer calls.
Yep. ACLU, we've contacted.
I filed ACLU reports on all these people for retaliation and stuff. Every time I hear about somebody getting retaliated against, that's the first thing I want to do is go straight.
And let me explain to employees.
So that we get it on record.
If you're scared to come out, there is such a thing. It's called a whistleblower's law.
Whistleblower Protection Act.
Look into it. Save yourselves. It's yes, Gemma. It's
Gemma. I was hoping that we might be able to get Gemma to come on here and talk to us. Are you down for that, Gemma?
Yeah.
She said, "Yeah, I can send you."
Not yet. She ain't.
Okay. Well,
we chit-chat.
Yeah, and our worthless county attorney, Jamie Hatton, the one who's over the child support now.
Yep.
Yeah.
Boy, they stuff there.
We got to talk about the child support laws too. This shit's completely illegal. We've been doing our research and our homework and stuff on it. How they've got us all on parole till 2099.
Yeah.
The child support laws, you cannot be held for more than 2 years.
Right.
And you cannot be held beyond your sentence. Once your
Gemma,
sentence
look at
is
me.
served, once your sentence is served, they have to release you. So I said, does that mean then that by law, I do not have to go report to that parole office anymore?
Right. Because
by
you
law,
served your time.
Their laws, I don't have to report anymore to you all.
Right.
I am a sovereign being.
Let me explain let me explain family court real quick, what we've been dealing with. I'm just going to put the connections real quick.
Yes, please.
Okay, Daniel Dotson was the family something commissioner. So basically he sat as a judge over the family. Okay. So he basically decides what goes on with your children. Okay. Inside that, the guardian ad litem in Letcher County is Ashley Sturgill, who is Tyrone Fields. Is it wife?
Yes.
Wife. Okay.
Wife.
Okay. It's
They don't have
been
the same last name. I think they're married.
it's been stated in documents. Daniel Dotson himself said that he talked to Tyrone the night before. So here you've got a system of CPS. You got CPS, the court, the all together. You know, Daniel was talking about how, or Tyrone, one of them, I can't remember now, was talking about how they were bestest buddies, you know, enough that they talked about Mickey the night before this happened. So, but you walk into that courtroom, and if you don't have some kind of friends, a good lawyer, pool, or whatever, you're screwed, basically. I mean, in every way you turn. So, you know, it makes it a situation. But if you notice how everybody's connected, they're all connected in that courthouse. Like I said, it's like a snake swallowing its tail. Gemma said, how does she get? Oh, Gemma, I do too.
I just sent you a link in Messenger. Just click on it, and that'll let you in the room. And then I'll allow you, or then I'll have to like click it and let you all the way in.
Yeah. And Gemma, you're right. I mean,
we've got a lot of survivors, trial junkie.
Yeah.
We've got a long list started.
Yeah.
And going in military and coming back and abusing their wife and children, manipulation, sexual abuse, molestation, and etc. Yes, I think there is too. I'm not sure, but
my ex was
not all families.
My ex was, well, he started in the military but didn't finish. But I know he changed drastically after going through boot camp and, you know, everything. So
okay, let me close this chat for a second. Wait, I can see. I want to make sure that Gemma gets in here.
Yeah.
Let me copy here. Well, I already did that. It's not showing yet, though. But you know how it does. Sometimes it takes it a second. It's still showing.
A minute. It's like we're behind on a kind of a little bit.
We got a lag.
So. Yes, little birdie. All of us is. That's what I'm saying. I was telling Ty, you know, I've got probably 10 or 15 years on Ty in age. And, you know, this crap goes back to Bird Hog. You know, I mean, you've got all these older attorneys, you know, Daniel Dotson, you know, James Wiley crap. You've got all these, this crap has been just this whole time. You know, you knew at my age group knew, just don't get in trouble. You'd lose your kids. Your kids are gone. You get in trouble, your kids are gone. No matter what it was. I can't hear you. Are you? There you are. Or well, I hear maybe Gemma. Maybe
everything happened all at once, and there's Miss Gemma.
Hi.
I was going to say go back and tell the history of the generation before, but since Gemma's here, let's just go ahead and dig right in with her.
Right. Go ahead, Gemma.
Hi, welcome.
Let me just tell you, let's start it off like this.
I'm going to sit back and smoke his pipe a little bit while you...
Go ahead.
Let me turn my volume up so I can hear you good.
Has anyone tried to retaliate? Yes, we've had some.
Yeah. I was told that, what if I break my neck and they blame it on my husband?
I know.
What if I fall off my porch and break my neck and they blame it on my husband? And I was like, well, since you're on camera, I think they'll blame you first. So,
right.
You know.
Well, let's see. I went to college and worked a program. Had has to promise. Well, my boss didn't want me to work on the campus, so she told me I needed to find a place to work out in the public. Okay, so I did. So I thought, what better place since I'm going in for criminal justice? And
Right.
so what better place be the courthouse? So I go and ask the judge because, I mean, I knew him out in public. You know, he came to all the functions that I was in doing, you know, all the festivals and everything. But anyways, so I'll go over and ask him. He said, sure. So I did. Well, because I turned him down on 3 different occasions where he put his hands on me once the secretary left and everything. I turned him down 3 times. Well, I bought me a house and I moved out of the home where I was staying with my ex up at Pine Gap. He decides he's going to go down to Jamie's office and tell him I stole. Well, that's a lie because first of all, he didn't have nothing when I moved in there except for a bed and a chair, and I left him everything. And he was going through my stuff and stealing my stuff, and then he stood in front of me and told me I wouldn't take my own microwave down that I brought here from Missouri. I held my hands up and I said, honey, if you think I'm going to fight you over a microwave I paid $10 for, you're crazier than hell. You can have it. And I left.
Yeah.
Well, he goes down to Jamie's office and tells him I stole from him. Jamie writes up a criminal warrant. Huh? So
I'm
the
glad they
judge,
changed that law.
but the problem is that, okay, I'll go into this. The problem is the judge signed off on it. Why? Now let me explain to you about that law.
Explain why. It should not.
Okay.
I have a criminal justice bachelor's degree in criminal justice. Okay.
Yeah.
I had it then. Well, I went to court. Finally, Judge Prater had to come in and do my court. Okay, because I worked under the judge's office, or in his office. So I asked the judge when he's setting me a criminal trial, jury trial for this case. I asked him, I said, Your Honor, can you explain to me why this is a criminal warrant when it should have been a civil matter? He looked up at me and he says, I suggest if you speak to me, you speak to me through your attorney. I looked on both sides, crossed my arms, waited, handed me my piece of paper for my jury date. So I go straight down to Jamie Hatton's office and I walk in there and I said, can I get a warrant for Greg? No, it'll be a civil. I said, explain to me, Jamie, why this is a criminal warrant against me when it should have been a civil matter. Well, you stole it. I said, whoa, right there. I said, you done got me convicted? What? That's what he said. I started to leave. I turned around. I took a step a little bit closer to him this time. And I said, go ahead and take me to trial, Jamie. I'll have the Bars Association down here so fast make your head spin. Turned around and walked out of the building. Okay, on this date, I didn't make it up the courthouse steps. Clerk met me outside. I didn't make it up the steps. She met me outside and told me my case had been dismissed. I said, that's fine. I want my paperwork and I want it stricken off my record. I want it expunged.
Yeah.
So poor little Jamie Hatton and Mr. Kevin Mullins had to back down. They had to actually, what I call, bend over and kiss my little white ass, which pissed him off even more. Okay,
Yeah.
so really hurt his feelings when he had to go in and sign off on that expungement that he knew better than to sign off on a criminal warrant. Look, honey, anytime you live in a domestic relationship, anytime, married or not, how long doesn't matter. If you cannot decide on who gets what, they're supposed to bring in a mediator, and a mediator then decides who gets what. So don't let them cross you over like that. Don't let them do you like they done me.
We don't have mediators. I don't reckon. I've never.
They have to bring one in.
Yeah.
Now let's talk about Matt Butler.
Yeah.
Talk about Jamie. We got several.
Go
Let's talk about
ahead.
Matt Butler.
Yes.
I was robbed. I have videos. I have text messages. I have a voice message. I had people sending me videos of him trying to sell the Harley Davidson that he stole out of my building. Okay. So the judge, he puts him in rehab when he finally gets arrested, because I did get the warrant, and they did finally find him. Mickey did, bless his little heart, because I helped him. I'd contact him and say, hey, here's where I've heard he's at. So he goes in front of the judge, and it took me like 120 days before I even got to go to court, because, you know, he sent him to rehab. All right, so now here's where I'm going to talk good about somebody in Whitesburg. We have a new judge up there.
There's rare few.
That's true. That's why I say this. Nick
Very
Whitaker is one hell of a guy. I won't listen to nothing nobody ever says about that man, because I've never seen him do anything wrong. I've never had
heard
a
nothing
bad
about him.
word.
I haven't either.
I admire the man. I respect that man. And I think that was the best choice Mr. Brush Shears could have put in the office, was him.
Yeah.
Now, I finally get to go to court for the first time. Nick has not one thing involved in this, okay? Not one thing is he involved in this. I'm standing in the hallway, and Nick walks around the corner, and he motions for me to come up there and talk to him. So I did. So what's up, Nick? He said, tell me what about this case that you're getting ready to go in here for. And I told him. And I told him what I had. And he looked at me and he says, well, I'm going to tell you something. He says, don't let Jamie Hatton's office handle it.
Yeah.
He said, you asked for a special prosecutor to come in and handle this case. So I took his advice. I walked into the courtroom when it was my turn. You know, they called me in and walked up there, or sat down. And then, of course, you know, Jamie Hatton ain't going to talk to me at this moment. Neither is that damn bitch Polly down there in his office. You know, they don't want nothing to do with me, because I tell them like it is. Okay?
Right.
Who comes and talks to me out in the hallway? The damned child support prosecutor. What? So she starts asking me questions, and she says, well, do you have proof? And I said, sure do. Haven't you seen the videos and all the stuff that I sent? Okay, they did bring me in, prosecutor from Pikeville. He asked the court to schedule it again. He asked the court to schedule it again, because here's why. When he had just taken the case, so he had no clues of what's going on. So I told him the first day. Then he comes back the next time, and he tells the judge that he needs more time, because I'm going to send him some information. So he tells me to send everything to him. So I did. On the last date with this special prosecutor, he tells me, he says, when we come back in the next time, he said, I'm going to drop this. I'm like, what? He said, no. He said, honey, this ain't a misdemeanor. This is a felony. I said, well, yeah, I knew that. I mean, it was over $1,500. I mean, just for the motorcycle, you know, way over that, not counting the $1,500 plus any stolen coins and my other money and my other items. So he said, but here's what I'm going to do. He says, I'm not going to just throw it out. He says, we're going to have it dismissed. He said, and I'm sending it all to the state. I said, okay. Thinking state, not that fucking Butler. Pardon my French.
You're fine.
Around here, baby.
We real.
So,
we real.
Around here, you know, the feelings get
So
involved, the F-bombs come out.
Butler is a piece of shit. Okay? So Matt was on the opposite sides of me for 2 divorces. Mine, because I married a pedophile for a minute. And I divorced him real fast. Okay, actually he divorced me. He actually paid for something. So anyways, then my sons, which he got into trouble because actually I'll give Daniel Dotson something. He actually made him turn around and stop growling at me because I snickered when the woman said that the home that belonged to my son that he had before her and no children with her was given to her as a gift. I'm thinking, what the fuck? That's his kids. He's got 2 kids. He bought his home for these 2 kids. Well, anyway, she ended up with the house, but I laughed when she said it was a gift. So he turned around and jumped all over me in that courtroom. And Daniel Dotson, being the piece of shit that he is, he actually smacked his gavel down, told him to turn around, and he's up here. He's to speak to me. And then he looked at me like, stop. So I just sat there. Anyways, so I did not think that it was going to be handled by Letcher County. I thought it'd come up state somehow a different way because I already asked for
Right.
a special prosecutor. Well, Matt Butler had just been put into office. I mean, he was brand spanking new. I mean, probably hadn't been appointed by a month. All right, so, well, they picked it up all right. They called me in for a grand jury review. So, okay. Went in, and the first thing I said to him when he walked in that room with that grand jury, I looked at him and I said, our past divorces are not going to come between this case, is it? We weren't married. I never said we were married. I just asked you if our past was going to be an issue with this case. Oh, I'm the Commonwealth attorney. That was all he said. Okay. I take that as no, but he's a liar. So, anyways, he sits down, he tells me who he is, tells me what about this, and they're going to ask you some questions and blah, 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 and then you present your case. I said, okay. So I did. I presented my case. They should have had all that already since I already sent it to the other attorney. All right. I brought witnesses. Didn't want to speak to them. Did not want to talk to them at all because I asked. I brought witnesses. Do you not want to ask them any questions about this? No. Call my office in the morning and we'll let you know what we decide. I didn't call his office the next morning. His office called me. The secretaries, God love their little heart, was so upset because the grand jury came back and decided not to take that case to trial. Why?
Imagine that.
I've got videos, baby. I got it on my phone still.
You want to? We can throw them right up on the screen anytime you want to.
Yeah.
All right. I would just might have to do that.
Yes,
if I figure out how to do that.
I'm done. They want a fucking more. They got
See,
it.
we
thought they got it. I'm done.
We thought that with the custody case that there was so much what's it called, crap. My brain just went where they would be biased. You know what I mean? Like, could we get a different judge because of past things? Because they look at our family, like I said, and it's like, oh God, you know, and we know that. So we had even talked about it, and you know, even our attorney and stuff was like, oh no.
They're still connected to them up there too. Yeah.
Well, you know, that's pretty sad because, see, let me explain. I'm not on the same boat that you guys were to have to deal with this bullshit, and I'm very sorry that you did. I'm on the opposite side. I was in college. I was raising my kids, and I was working. I wasn't on drugs.
See that?
I wasn't in trouble. You know what I'm saying? But yet, because I refused to have sex with him or conjugal visits in his chambers, the judge done that to me. And of course, pissed them all off, so. Oops. And I'm very sorry that you ladies do that, and I did see what went on, and it was talked. And I'd like to know why it is that Judge Mullins was named in so many complaints, but they all disappeared. They were disappearing.
Right. There's people that have been mentioned. There's people that's been mentioned in those depositions.
Yep.
I mean, everybody. Like I said, they're like Bert. His name's cluttered all through all of them. You know, but there's nothing happened. You know,
I do not like Brian Sloan.
Yeah.
Never have. He's a piece of shit. And he was giving Kevin access to the girls when Bert was supposed to be the jailer. But yet, every time I had to go and find the judge, guess who was sitting in the jailer's office? The judge and Sloan. Is Brian.
Oh, the current jailer. The one that was appointed.
Yeah, the one that's the jailer now because he was handed it over by his brother. That's bullshit.
Brother. Yeah, oh yeah, it is.
Yeah. And he's nothing but a piece of shit because I'll tell you why. My cousin, who lives across from the jail, was seeing him.
Yeah. He
know.
was doing. He's done some things. I mean, when I sit here and say I've been collecting evidence, I've been collecting evidence, and
Good.
there's messages, text messages, of him being very inappropriate with
Yeah, he was giving them the girl. There
employees.
was some women. There was some of the inmates, female, that was in the room, laughing and cutting up with them when I would walk down there to get the judge.
Yeah.
I was there when Lexi went into his office once.
Yep.
She's a beautiful girl. Bless her God, little heart. She had it beat. She was beat down from day one.
Very, very much so. Very much so. That's why it's so important to get her story out.
Yeah.
That
And
baby, she was in grade school with my son, and I'm telling you that she, like you said, she's beautiful. She was smart, and
so
they
she was
destroyed her.
beat down.
They destroyed her.
Yeah, she was beat down from the beginning, though. Her own family life. And I don't know if y'all know her daddy, but I don't like him neither. I didn't know who he was, but he sent me a friend request, I don't know, a year ago. I found out real fast, no, I'm not being friends with you. Why would I want to be friends with you?
Yeah.
That's when him and the judge he had a picture of him and the judge up on this. Oh, yeah, you know who I'm talking about.
Yeah,
yeah, Big Buddy.
That one right there, you can ask Ty when I seen that picture.
Yeah.
And then after it
Hey,
coming out that his daughter,
in the comments,
that his daughter was abused so bad by him. And then he puts his arm around him. Come on, man.
Yeah, and then
where'd she go?
Then defended him. And then he was like, don't give no money to their website.
Right. Like we was trying to do something. Yeah.
Her daddy.
Mm-hmm. Put a picture up of him and Kevin hugged up.
Daddy.
Knowing what he done to his daughter. Knowing what he done to his daughter. There's videos.
He probably sold her to him, Brandy. Did we lose Gemma?
I've thought it. Gemma, it dropped Gemma.
Uh-oh. She'll have to re-click the link.
Okay. Yeah, because it let me do it today, so she just has to click the... But yeah, he acted like we were trying to collect money for a funeral, and the only thing that was ever said in any way with a funeral was we had talked about having a memorial service for Lexi, and we want to get a book. Right, we want to get a book. We don't want
people to give us money for that.
No,
I tried to give her a memorial and bury her, and they said no, and they
no, and we're not asking.
They wouldn't let me.
No, and we're not asking for money for this, but we want to have a memorial service for her with a book that people can write their memories about her in. And that's something that her child can have. Hey, your mommy, this is the real story of your mommy. This is not what the people say your mommy was. This is how people really felt about your mom. And that was the only thing we ever mentioned about doing memorial, funeral, whatever. And we wasn't asking for money at all. We was going to figure that out ourselves, because people need to grieve it. If, people that cared about her, loved her for real, didn't get that chance. And that's all we was saying.
And if any of y'all think, the one that was causing so much trouble in the comments, just trying to victim shame and blame and stuff, and this was a girl, one of the girls who Kevin actually punished for not, I don't know why the fuck she's defending this motherfucker, because he ruined her fucking life too. She ended up with all kinds of fucking years on a 6-month sentence. But now she, all of a sudden, she wanted to... defend him as the man. But that was what one of the things she said. She was like, Lexi wouldn't even want you to bring her name into this. No, bet that motherfucker would be sitting right beside me.
Oh yeah,
she would be sitting right beside me.
Yep, telling us you go, go.
Get those motherfuckers.
Get them, girl. And I've
Like,
heard
I
her
don't
tell.
know if
She's
y'all
told
ain't
me that
aware
before.
of this. Well, Liz reported it.
Hi, Gemma.
That she had the video and stuff to blackmail Kevin.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, tell me she wouldn't be right fucking here beside me. You crazy. She hates
Yeah.
them motherfuckers. See, look what they did to us.
I know.
Like
I
I said,
know.
not you, Brandy, not you all. The girl that was writing those comments, she's one of the
Yeah.
3 that jumped me the week before
Yeah.
and bruised my whole face up. And then got 10 days for it. When me and
Yeah.
Lexi, when it happened to us when the shoe was on the other foot, we got 12 and a half years.
Right.
And she has lost her life. So fucking right, she would bet your life she would be sitting right here supporting me.
Yeah. Anybody knows her.
Yeah. Like you might have
You
had
know.
a relationship in jail or whatever, but I've fucking been with her since she was a child. Don't tell
Yeah.
me that you know anything about our relationship.
Right.
No.
She had, and that's the thing. She
We
was the
together on
kind of
the street
person
since we were kids.
if she liked
You
you,
know,
she liked you. If she didn't, she didn't. And if she did like you, she was a friend. She
she's
was
a
the kind of
survivor. She's a
friend that, you
Yeah.
know,
And she was about
and
keeping the girl safe
yeah,
from these motherfucking men. She hated them. She come home stabbed once, her leg gashed open that deep. It was that
mm,
long across her thigh, and it was so deep that the fat turned inside out on her leg.
oh God,
Some man got her up on a strip job at Neon and robbed her, cut her with her own box cutter that she had for protection,
right,
and then left her sitting there and run off and left her. She had to walk off the mountain.
yeah.
And where'd she come? She come home. You know, like you don't tell me she wouldn't be
Yeah.
sitting right here with me supporting every fucking second.
Trial junkie, the court records.
And I know she's a watching.
It's
right
hard
now,
to get them.
in spirit form.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sad. That's sad.
Yeah.
Girls, I'm telling you, I'm for y'all. I'm fighting for you all every time. Every time I see something up there, Miss Ty knows. Honey, I comment. And of course, you know, I get in trouble. Some of them twitches one of them.
Well, I mean, you're like me, like you got that bullshit detector, you know, like you
That's
going
right.
to defend a fucking predator, okay? That makes
well,
you
see, I feel
a
feel like
predator.
they squeezed us.
And the fucking predators.
They done exactly what we're fighting against to us.
Right.
They shut us up right in the beginning. They told us, shut up.
Well,
So,
let's go
I
back
mean,
to
I'm in a,
what I think it is that
they're in a
everybody
pickle
that came
because
up
of them kids.
the judge.
Brandy and them can't even tell half the shit
I
right?
can't,
because they're in a pickle with child services, and now she's not even getting visitation. So,
none. You
Yeah.
know, I'm at the point, you took the
I'm at
last
the point
straw,
showing
that
pictures
the
of all
only
of
thing
them.
holding me.
Fuck
Yeah.
these motherfuckers.
So,
Yeah.
I'm done. I'm done. I'm going to put out what I went through,
Does he still
what
work at
I
the jail?
did. That way, nobody can put it on the front page of the paper and say, "Oh, well,
Oh,
look
look
at
how
Miss
bad she
So and
is.
so." You know.
Yeah,
Oh,
let's
I'll
talk
tell
about it.
you.
Let's talk about
Ask me, I'll tell you.
Yep.
Anything you want to know.
it.
So-
That's
Brandy,
I'm an open book.
does he still
I got
work at the
nothing to
jail,
hide.
or is he gone from there now?
Who?
The kid's dad.
Oh, he never actually worked at the jail. He would
He
just go
wasn't-
down there to visit
Oh, he was
her.
just going down there visiting her. That's
Yeah.
right. He has connections to the courthouse though somehow.
Yeah,
To the
his
people.
his
He's got all
mama.
those
Yeah.
jail people as his friends on Facebook.
Yeah.
That's his friends.
Oh yeah. Well, no,
His group.
no. What it was is
So
one
I
of
don't know
them
how
was
that
trying to date. One of them was trying to date Sarah. Yeah, okay.
Mhm.
And when all Hades broke loose, they went and talked to her husband and told her husband a bunch of bull. And you tried to turn around and use that in court. So basically, you know,
So that's how that happened. That's how that
hearsay
friendship
crap.
was
Yeah.
formed.
But now he did choke
They
her
seen
down
him
there
poking out,
on camera.
and then decided, oh, okay, we can recruit him to be on our side.
Yep.
Like,
They were feeding him information. So of course he's not gonna knock it. They're going through a divorce. So yeah, tell me all you know. You know. So it's been, oh my Lord, it's been a mess. And I said, you know, the thing of it is I just love them babies. I just want to see the babies. I love the babies. I don't care. I'll help anybody. I'll do anything in this world for people. And I don't care a bit. But it's just so unfair. It's just so unfair. You know,
You know,
any
that's
other place,
exactly right.
any other place, they would have been forced to give some kind of visitation. I mean, right now, I mean, it is court ordered. Nobody's went in and changed it, but guess what? It ain't happening. So and I'm not pushing it because the situation. I'm trying to get the facts out there. That way because I think it, like I said, to destroy somebody's character so you can get by with your crimes is bullshit.
Yep.
It's
I
bullshit.
agree.
Yeah,
They
want to do
destroyed
dirty
her
shit, do dirty
character.
shit, but leave the fucking people out of it, man.
Right. They destroyed her character to make it look like, oh, she's full of shit, whatever. But they destroyed her character just to cover their crap because they never one time said, well, she's lying. Well, that's like the video of the guy that got beat up. Well, we didn't do it. We got a
proof
recording
that-
of it.
that
Well,
the
you let it happen.
deputies didn't hit him. Okay,
You let it happen.
show us that. Yeah.
Yeah, you let it happen. So
People in your care.
exactly.
See the pictures, Gemma? Yeah, you seen them. She said Delphi is horrible too. Yes, I believe the corruption is out of control.
Oh, Delphi, that's with the girls.
Corruption cannot be prosecuted.
That's exactly right. You tell them, girl.
So
This
this
is
is
all
Miss
wrong. This is all
Gemma's
wrong,
quote
baby.
here. Corruption
Yes.
This is
cannot
all
be
wrong.
prosecuted.
They're
What these
calling it
people are
corruption.
doing is criminal.
It is criminal.
Criminal.
It is a crime. They took an oath. That's what I told her. They took an oath to uphold the law, and yet they're breaking the law. But now everybody's calling it corruption. I'm sorry. No.
It's criminal.
No. It is not corruption.
Criminal.
It is criminal. Why? Therefore, see, here's the issue. You cannot prosecute corruption.
Right.
Cannot prosecute corruption.
Right.
Let me remind
But you
you
can't
that
crime.
did it not say, Brandy, didn't you find the law that says that there was no statute of limitations whenever corrections and the judges and stuff are involved?
Yep. And they
So
said
if
even
it was people who are
if your lawsuit isn't picked up, your voice is still heard with other victims.
Right.
Say if it's
And-
really back far, but your voice is a witness for someone else
Your
that
story
it can help.
Yeah.
And yeah, this is the pre
Rico, there you go.
that we
It
need to
is.
make
It's Rico.
sure I've heard FBI is around your area. If so, you won't hear about it.
I'm
Well,
clicking if y'all
we
don't
know.
It's real fucking. We're real special around here.
Yeah.
We're real different. This is like living in a different country.
It'd be nice to have some
They
money.
know
Here's the other
outsiders. You
problem.
can smell
Everybody's
them.
saying it's monetary. It's money. No, this ain't really about money. This is about, by God, they broke a freaking law.
They have been breaking
Exactly.
the law,
And
and
it'd be
breaking the
nice
law,
to
and
get
breaking
money
the
out
law,
of it.
and telling us we have to be accountable.
Yeah.
I don't want a penny.
We did.
I
We
don't
did.
want a penny out of
We
this.
have.
I don't want a penny out of this. I want.
I'm telling my story, by God, because I'm just, like I said,
Yeah.
it's wrong. It's a crime. They committed crimes.
Yes. And the more people that come together, the better chance we have of doing something with this.
Yep, they need to
Good
wipe them
question
all
for
out.
Gemma.
Yeah.
You
They
see
need to
it?
wipe them all out. Bring in new.
Trial Junkie said it's important to know what has happened legally with people around this case. We have to have access to court records online.
And you
Gemma, do
can't.
you know where they can access that other than the cool website?
I have not been able to pull up
There's a
hardly
website.
anything
Somebody
about
sent it
Letcher
to me
County.
the
I
other
give them
day,
mine.
but
I
I
don't
can't
give a
find
shit.
it on the list. Letcher County's not on the list. On
No.
the website.
No.
It's missing. The links are broken. And if you
Yep.
go onto the cool website where it says my parole's till 2099, everybody's parole that's been changed, it says it was changed by the Whitesburg Parole Office. That link is broken. It goes to a 402 not found.
Right. You can't find nothing. I've been trying to get files
There is
on
no
my son
official
and no.
list of jail employees either.
Right.
What is it?
Jail employees, there's no list of employees anywhere.
Has
that's
anyone
how
been
they got-
taken across
We've
state
been told
lines?
them
Yeah, my
trying to get
grandbaby.
people to troll their Facebooks and send us screenshots of them for the investigators because there's no records.
Yeah, she asked if someone had been taken across state lines. Yeah, my grandbaby. She was a resident of Virginia, lived with me at my home in Virginia. And,
Yes, Patty,
you know,
post as much as you can on it. Yes, ma'am.
yes, I
Always.
will
Always,
talk.
like always. Take it, post it, cut it up, send it out, send it to
Send
as
us a
many people
message.
as
We'll
you
come
can.
talk, whatever you need. You
And I
know,
was asking earlier in the chat if anybody has like the tags for the FBI and all those people, the Attorney General, Pam Bondi,
who told us the other day
tag
that
them,
they're with
tag them on every platform that you see. We need
the
to
state
stop.
police?
The what?
Who was it told us the other day to be careful because the FBI and the state police are the same, basically? You remember that, or
No.
did I read
That
something
wasn't
else?
me.
Okay, I thought it was a comment or something that we got like the other day, and it was saying something about that they are linked with the state police or something. And you know how that goes. I mean, right now in the state of Kentucky, the state police is like they're in a shit mess right now too.
Everywhere.
Yeah,
Everywhere. Hell, they shot a
Yeah.
24-year-old boy the other day. The city police did here
yeah, here, yeah.
What happened now?
from Whitesburg. Yeah.
Little, what was his name?
Justin Hunsucker, they said, is the one that shot him.
The one that shot him.
Julian Smith.
He shot him. The shooting itself, he had shot him with non-fatal shots that probably would have stopped him. But then didn't they say they shot him in the face or the mouth?
He was shot in the butt, in the back, in the front, in the face.
Yeah. So, you know, come on. You take out their kneecaps if you have to, which they probably didn't even have to with him. But I'm just saying, you know, aren't you trained to stop them? You know, is there not rubber bullets? Is there not?
I worried to death about his daddy when that
What about
happened.
the stun
He was
guns?
in jail. I was scared
Caleb,
to death that
Caleb
nobody
said
was gonna do it.
de-escalation training is what de-escalation training is what Caleb said was what, you know, it's called, or, you know, instead of,
Moving up to the next level, you can meet those questions.
Smoker said the Kentucky State Police
Yeah.
have so many complaints filed against them. It's crazy.
Oh, yeah,
he was
it's bad.
24.
Yeah, he was 24.
Wow.
Young, you know, and we got sons. I mean, well, Ty, you got girls, and I got girls and boys, but, you know, with sons, it's terrifying. In Letcher County, it's terrifying. When mine would get in trouble, I was terrified. That's what they would do because they've done it before. You know, there ain't no de-escalation. There is no, let's figure something. It's shoot and ask questions later, you know, and that's scary. That's terrifying, you know, especially
I've been
with
seeing
children.
a story circulating on Facebook where a female officer was fired for the way she was treating somebody, and then there was that man that they beat him or cuffed him and was like slinging him around and shit.
Oh
And
yeah,
his
that
baby
was
in the
bad.
car and he wasn't doing nothing.
Yeah, he begged him. He begged that cop. He said, "Please, just give me a break," you know. And it was just, you know,
Where was that at? What town was that in? And
it
then
was northern up towards Louisville, somewhere up that way.
An old friend of mine, I seen it on his TikTok, I think it was.
Good old
It might have been
boys,
on his
yeah.
Facebook over in Cumberland. There was a video of the cops beating somebody up, and he circulated it around, and then it disappeared. So I don't know if they made him take it down or if it got restricted or what.
I seen somebody ask about
But
that. I see him
but
talking about that.
it's on there somewhere, and I'm hoping. I might can try to send him a
Okay,
message and ask him if
we have a question. Have you all heard anyone speaking about being questioned by the FBI?
No.
We've heard rumors that some of the uppy ups, have been talked to, but no citizens. I mean, I've not heard any, or
There has been a guy coming around, but he's not the FBI. He works for Mickey Stein's defense team.
yeah,
He's
Yeah,
been
that's
talking to people.
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. That's he's a criminal
Criminal
investigator.
federal defense
Yeah.
criminal investigator.
Federal.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a
Yeah.
federal. Yeah,
He works
he
for the
came to see
Barclays.
me.
Yeah. And that's it. That's
Yeah, it blowed my mind when he
Anyone
came
you
to my
know in
house.
Kentucky have connections to Indiana. I have family and friends in
I do
Indiana.
too. My ex-husband come from Indiana.
Yeah, I know people in Indiana.
My cousin
But-
Ashley's in Indiana.
Questioned.
In Annie. Lord, so many of them. I miss them. I miss my cousins. I need to visit y'all. I really need a family reunion. Your last comment.
Read the last comment.
Rhonda, I don't think I even seen
Have you-
your first comment, honey. Hang on.
Right here. The guy you had an interview with, you might want to talk to him and let him know there are more wanting to let their stories out.
Oh, yes, we have already. They've already interviewed, or well, they're working through. They've talked to a lot of the people, or some. Yeah, they've got a list. They're working through the list. They're working through it. There has been a few, and it should be about due anytime for one to come. I would say, if I was a guessing or a betting, I would think anyway.
Yeah.
So yeah, they're amazing. Brian Enton and Allison. Yeah,
I have to say, honestly, they have kept up.
she's been
They
amazing.
have
Like on the
checked on
background
us.
too. Allison has.
Yeah.
She has been helping me so much, like more than I could ever say.
Let's tell the world, I'm ready, Patty.
Just with
I'm
her
ready.
advice and her strength, like
Yeah.
she's an inspiration. So
She is.
Yeah.
I mean, she
it
really
makes it
is.
easy to. She's a good role model to have
Yeah.
involved in this. Yeah, there are so many strong women involved in this.
And they're concerned.
Yeah.
They're not out for the story.
Right.
They're not out for just the
This is about
sex.
us.
I have had people talk to me, and because my
No,
story
it's
don't
a
involve
sex
sex,
scandal thing. Like, Lord have mercy, can we get past it already?
right? Because there's
Let's
other
move
problems
on
going
to
on.
something that fucking matters.
Drug court, CPS. There's holy moly. There's so many things. The jail. We're trying to hit them all. The domestic violence problem with women. I mean, there's so many issues in Letcher County that nobody is talking about. They're not putting any funding towards it. And it's just like the citizens are floundering. They don't know what to do. It's sad.
It is a very sad story. It's very sad.
And the sad
Because
part of it is 90%
vulnerable.
women. It's 90% women.
Did you see, who was that talking about that? About women being like the majority of, it was somebody in politics. Smokeahonas? Help me out here. I feel like I found this on one of your pages. I've done drawn a blank.
About
Lord have mercy.
It's okay.
It was about the what was it?
That's exactly right. Put it in their pockets. Yeah.
Yeah, let me look at the comments. That
I
might
can't see the comment.
help me remember. I don't
We,
know.
we were talking about domestic violence, and you said you had mostly women. I said
Mostly women, that's what
90%.
it was. That the people in the justice system now and in these rehab programs that they keep recycling back into the rehab programs, that's what it was. It was about like this ARC shit and the control of the judges and the cops and everybody, that it's all tied together. And
Do you know how many times I went and asked for help for my son, and I was denied? And he even told me one time, he said, "I'm not a girl. I ain't getting in."
Yeah.
They know.
But that's what they were saying, that their justice system is like clogged up with women offenders, women drug offenders.
Where's the men?
Why?
They're in jail.
Why?
Yeah.
Public, why?
Mm-hmm.
Why is 90% of our justice system tied up with
Women and their children.
So that people like Michael Clark can extort them for rehab beds,
Victims. They're victims.
so that they can make them be on Suboxone for life.
Didn't he promise somebody
A
a
bed
bed
once, and then
and for
she made
favors?
arrangements with her kids and everything. She did the favor, and then she gets there hours away from home. Had to get somebody to drive her there and
Had to
everything.
get a ride.
She gets there, and they've never even heard of her.
Never heard of her. So he basically,
Left her sitting, like just left her high and dry.
yep.
Her kids with somebody else, so that she could get treatment and get help.
Yeah. So,
And he lied.
you know, just straight lied to her, you know?
Left her sitting 3-4 hours away from home with nothing
Yep.
and nowhere to go. So that people like Kevin Mullins.
That's why I've always said you guys were hand-picked as teenagers.
Yes.
These are problem
And as
kids. These are kids that come from homes that divorces are going on. There's drug problem. There's this problem. There's that problem. And you all were weak, vulnerable, and they snatched. They snatched quick. You know? And I, to this day, I believe they took my child's 20s were gone. They were spent in jail.
Yeah, they pretend they're helping child junkie, but they are not.
Gemma, you're muted, I think. Is she muted or am I just...
I haven't watched Ellie Carter yet. I see her pop up a lot on my feed, but like I said, I've been so tied up with this. I can't hear Gemma.
I know that's what I said. I didn't know if she was muted or what.
Missing the comment out. Tell her she's muted.
Because she might not be able to hear us either.
Y'all, we need to get a trip together. We just need to gather up a bunch. I mentioned it the other day to Lil Jess.
You know what? I'm done, motherfucker.
There she is.
There it is.
I gotta pay the goddamn motherfucker. Goddamn. What the fucking Austins?
Yeah, sure.
Goddamn.
I shared the website for like where you
fucking
report
Lord.
human
Let's
trafficking
see.
and stuff. We shared all kinds of numbers to report it.
57402.
People are scared.
Tell
People
me
are
I'm
still
supposed to be paying
scared.
it. No, I ain't fucking supposed to be paying it. I'm done paying it. I'm done with this fucking dope.
She's mad. Big mad. Done with the fucking dope. She's upset.
I'm done.
Gemma, do you need to go?
Let me make a payment on this damn fusion for this damn kid. Oh, I'm sorry. This is Gemma Bentley. They're there to repo the damn Ford Fusion from that belongs
Here,
to my
let
kid.
me see.
He's supposed to be paying
No.
payments. I'm madder than hell.
I got one just
just
I don't know how to get her.
Oh
out
my
of
God!
this
I tell you,
room.
man, the more you bail them out, the more they cost you.
We're going to turn her camera off for right now.
There you go. For now.
And let her take care of her business. I love her. I love her. She's good stuff.
Well,
Okay.
she's like us. She just says
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, she's
Yeah.
so down to earth and real and just, she's another one
Yeah.
just fed the fuck up with y'all's nonsense.
It is. It is so
You're
crazy.
fucking exhausting. Like, Jesus. Ain't they?
Honestly, it is. I mean,
Can you imagine the rest we could have if these motherfuckers didn't have to show their ass all the time.
I know. People ask, why do we even fool with it? And it's like, well, nobody was there to help us.
Right.
So I'm not letting my children and my
It's
grandchildren.
never going to be like that again. They're going to have help from now on.
Yeah. I don't want my babies to ever have to go through anything I did. That's what I went through it for, to keep them from doing it, So, I'm here.
Yeah.
I'm here.
So, and we are trying to raise money for Lexi.
Yeah. Yeah.
To help these
Because
women.
there's people asking for
people to
help.
donate. We're asking for land donations. Doesn't have
We
to
have
be here.
people.
It can be anywhere.
We have
We can
people
start
already
it
asking for
anywhere.
help.
Yeah, we've already got a
And
list
I
of
don't
people that
know.
need a home right now.
Yeah.
Right now, they're in danger.
They're in
know?
domestic violence. They need help now, not,
Yes.
so we're trying to figure out, oh God, how do we, do this with nothing? And that's basically what we're doing. We're trying this, we're doing
All
it
these
out of our
things
own
together,
pockets.
I'm trying to manifest my ass off. I'm manifesting at warp speed, but
And I pray a lot.
it's working. It's working, I guess. I don't know how we're making it, but it's working.
Yeah.
God's got this. He's driving.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
I believe so.
I do know. I know what it is. I know why it's going. There's been hiccups and barriers and stuff, but God's got this, and it tends to every time there is a hiccup or a barrier, it just exposes more of their shit. So
Yeah.
sit back and let it. They said God's like, be still and know that I'm God. This is
God, it tells you in the Bible that the least of us, the children, the least of us comes first, to Him. And, like I said, there should not be another teenager, another young girl have to do the things that we know was done.
Yes.
Just to survive, just to have a roof over their head, just to not be in jail, just to, take care of a family member. I mean, it's been done. So, that shouldn't happen. That should never happen. And that's why I feel like we need to step up, speak loud, and tell the truth and deal with it just however we can,
Okay, let me. She's asking about the GoFundMe for Lexi's place. In the post on our YouTube channel, there's a link there, and then there's also a Facebook group, titled Lexi's Place, Homes for Wayward Women, and you'll also find a link there. And then
there's
we also have
also
Cash Apps posted in our
Cash App.
bio, for just whatever if you want to help support us on our ventures.
Right. We're still learning. I mean, we don't have a lot of equipment.
Meet and trying to grow as fast as we can.
Right. And there's more people than I think people realize.
Yes.
And so we're trying to do this as fast as we can because there's so many victims that don't have a voice at all.
There's many who are so tied up in their system still that they still, even
they're
if
scared.
All this does come to a head, whenever it does, they still might not ever get out from under it.
My own child is like that.
From the repercussions of it for the rest of our life.
He's terrified.
Yeah.
He's terrified. They will find some little thing or something to mess him up. And, and it's happened before. So
they do that. They try to, that's why they send
sabotage.
All that stuff that happened like back with Edison. And that's what they do. They keep you in your addiction on purpose. They gang stalk you. They send people to you with drugs.
Yeah.
You
it's
don't
hillbilly crimes.
Doesn't matter. They'll set you up. They'll put it on you.
Oh yeah.
They'll have somebody slip it to you. Real careful around here.
Yeah. Is hillbilly crimes connected to Lexi's place? No. No, that's mine and Ty and Sarah's little
this is
project.
Our little baby.
Our baby.
Brandy's been running like a safe house basically for ever since she got out. Ever since she was able to break free from her situation. She has opened her home to people like us.
Yeah. I've had them stacked in my living room.
Yeah.
It's just, it's something that needs to happen in Letcher County to protect victims. And not just for people that need a place to live. We've also been talking about everybody that's come out and talked so far. What do you do next?
What do we do with
you need counseling. You need advocate
from here.
Right. How can we help you? What do you need? And it would be a dream to be able to provide it. It would. It'd be a dream to provide it because,
We
I
need
mean,
to start doing trauma workshops, groups, meet up at like a certain day of the month or something.
kind of like NA and AA, but Lexi's
But
place.
not in meeting format though. Think
Yeah.
more fun, more rage room, more set the shit on fire type shit.
Yeah.
We'll do a trauma pinata.
Yeah.
We'll straighten
we
each other
talked about that.
around. We'll do mirror work. We'll do soul searching.
Yeah. Me and Ty, every minute we think we're healed, we'll remember a memory, and both of us, we're right back in it again, crying and going on. It's something you don't work out in a day or a month. It's a lifelong
It's a lifetime.
process, and it keeps us from repeating our mistakes over and over. Because I was bad about, I would go to the next abusive thing and the next, I wasn't, I wasn't thinking, well, you don't think, if you think about it. I mean, we was degraded. We felt like we were nobodies, the rejects, the town rejects. And, but together we found family.
Yeah. We
You
built
know.
family.
Yep. Blood don't
From
make
the scratch
family.
that they left us.
Yeah. Well, we want it to be a nonprofit, but we kind of have our stipulations on it too. We don't want
No
government
federal
stepping
funding,
in.
state funding, anything like that. If it will put any kind of restriction or stipulation
Right.
on the people that get help from us,
Right.
we don't
So-
want their hands in our cookie jar, like as in telling people they have to pee in cups or take classes and continue their bullshit like they've been doing. We want to eradicate that.
Right.
We want to eradicate the need for that and show that it can be
Because
done without
that leads,
manipulation.
let me tell you what happens in Letcher County and what that leads to. You pee in that cup, you fail, just say you fail, automatically social services pop up, boom, your kids. Automatically, you're in the court system. You're either fighting for your kids or your freedom. So it's not, I don't know, Ty, how to, there shouldn't be stipulations on healing. There shouldn't be rules on healing. There shouldn't be rules on bettering yourself. It should be something that just happened.
Where they're at.
Exactly. Right where they're at. That's one of our, we have, remember we
In the mission
made
statement.
our mission statement and our little,
We'll share that next time. Here, I'm
Yeah.
gonna get it pulled up. Let's see.
the values, the core values.
Our core
and,
values.
and one of them is respect. We meet them where they are. They don't have to, we meet them where they are.
Big hoops. You don't have to be here on a certain day by a certain time and reapply and do this and do that. No, if you need
Right.
help, you tell us your situation. And the goal is to have our podcast and our channel to support that.
Right.
fully.
Right.
I wish I had the link right in front of me, but I don't. But that's okay.
Do I, or let's see. Like put the link in the thing
In the
for
chat.
Lexi's?
Yeah, can
me
you do
see.
that? Here,
Let me
I can
try.
do that from over here. Let me see. What was I thinking? We got a Facebook page too, but I'm not really good at keeping up with Facebook.
No, I've been trying, but there's a lot going on right now.
Okay, here. Let me see if I can. Shit, I don't know. I'm about brain dead. Post.
Yeah.
Whenever Sarah gets out, it will be probably more back on track on the Facebook thing. She's one of the admins, and I think she does.
Listen, and we also talked, Liz, I seen the comment here, True Stands, what's your beef with Elizabeth? Well, I want to go ahead and get that out. I don't want division. between all of us. You know, sometimes there's going to be things that she says that we don't like, and we're going to be saying things that she don't like. But the thing of it is, we're united to stop
In the same
this.
cause.
Right. It's the same cause. So, you know, if you, you know, we just don't want, you know, division, you know, divided or united we stand, divided we fall. And I think that
You know,
there's
the
been
men
a lot
always stick
of,
together. That's why they've been able to do this.
right. So if her style of doing
That's
things
why
ain't
we
the
haven't
way
paid
you
for it,
like, then
because they stuck together.
yeah.
You can put your differences aside, you know, and
Yeah.
feelings are going to get hurt. People are going to be
Oh
hurt.
yeah. I mean, I was hurt
we
when
got
all
to
that
lift
happened with
the Band-Aid off.
Sarah. I was
Yeah.
crushed. I was like, oh my God, you know, and it hurt. But, you know, I thought about it and I was like, well, you know, it was in the paper. It was reported. It was done wrong. And, you know, we can prove that. But you know, I didn't, you know what I'm saying? I didn't want to message her and be like, how dare you, you know, no, because I understand
Yeah.
it's part of the story, but I just want everybody to have the whole story, you know, not just what they want to show or not, you know what I'm saying? The whole story out there, not just half or part,
It
you
won't
know,
let me click on our live.
it won't,
I mean,
let me see.
it's not letting me do it.
Lord, you're asking the technology, crippled up technology. Technology's like,
Why would it not put the live up there first thing, first and like foremost?
let's see. Let me see what I can do. If I go to it, hang on. Okay, do I go to this? Or no, that's,
Okay, here, wait a minute. I might be able to do it here. Well, if I open YouTube on the computer, it is going to freeze everything up. So I better not do that.
well,
Y'all can just jump over to the post in YouTube. Like, click on our channel and then click on post and scroll down, and it's on there. If you're not on Facebook.
see what I'm thinking is I thought I could send it to you. Or, you know what I mean? Because I'm on there right now. And I thought maybe I could send. Okay, let me try something different. Boy, you all are watching us
I want
learn.
to pull. Yeah, they're learning right along with us, ain't they? The learning
Yeah,
curve
it's like,
is
anybody know?
real. Y'all want transparency. Let us show you what transparency looks like.
Yeah,
We will
that's,
struggle bus all the way to the top, though.
yeah.
You ain't seen determination till you've seen these women in Appalachia. I tell you.
Okay, I've
Here we go. I got
done
the
this.
GoFundMe open. So how do I just like search it right here? Maybe let me just see if I can type it in. Well, if it will click for me. Yeah, no. Wait. Yes, continue as me. Please. Okay, success. I'm in. It says. Here we go. Fundraisers. I've got.
How do you find on
I've
Facebook?
got one right on here.
Lexi's place.
Where is it? Wait, here's the button. Your fundraiser.
Find it.
Here it is. Here it is. I found it.
After say, did you find it?
I found it. I think if it will click on it, then we'll be in good shape. But you know,
All I did was share the live on it.
okay. Here we go. I'm getting ready to share my screen. Haha,
Okay.
I've at least figured this out.
Oh yeah, I hadn't thought of
I know
that.
how to do this now without having to think for 15 hours. All right. Okay, guys, let's see. Let's do something about these cookies or whatever it is. Here we are. Now, let's look at this.
That's some
I
girl.
want to show y'all. I want to read this to y'all. Okay.
Because there's a lot of confusion about what Lexi's place even is.
Yes,
Like
I've had people
some
say
people,
think
it's
it
a
was a
rehab.
yeah, different things. And no. Never would I. Okay. Lexi's Place was founded by Taya Adams, Brandy Davis, that's supposed to say, and Sarah Davis, and the women of Letcher County, Kentucky, survivors who are determined to help others thrive. Our mission is to empower women who have faced sex trafficking. Gosh, hang on, my battery's low. Our mission is to empower women who have faced sex trafficking, domestic abuse, systemic injustice, and other forms of trauma. Many of us have experienced the failures of the court system, social services, and the prison for profit industry. We are coming together to create a self-sustaining, independent community where women can heal, rebuild, and reclaim their lives. At Lexi's Place, each woman is given a half-acre of land, building materials, and the support of dedicated volunteers. Our volunteers help with everything from construction and gardening to connecting women with legal resources and helping them fight for their children. We are also building a barrier relief fund, providing a community vehicle, and setting up a computer lab to ensure everyone has access to the tools that they need. Our hope is to create a space where women can find safety, support, and the opportunity to build a future that no one can take away. A typical day at Lexi's Place is filled with gardening, building, babysitting, and education. We offer therapy and content creator support, helping women share their stories and build sustainable incomes. Our vision is for a community that is truly centered on its members, where everyone has a voice and everyone is supported in finding their independence. By supporting Lexi's Place, you are helping us build hope and homes, one woman at a time. Dedicated and loving memory of Alexis Bentley.
Yeah.
So, there's our girl.
That's her. Sassy. Miss Sassy.
Rotten.
Yep. For her and Caleb were the same age, I wanted to just hug her up like one of mine, just,
Yeah.
and I guess that's why me and her had the connection we had, and so Letcher County wants these girls focusing on survival instead of focusing exactly.
Yes.
That nobody was, if you got out and your family, let me put it this way, if your family didn't have money or you wasn't somebody, I guess important or whatever, if you got out, congratulations. Congratulations. You worked
We
your
are
tail
happy for
off.
you.
You worked your tail off and you did it because that's the only way.
Yeah.
That's the only way. And so, that's a lot of memories just looking at pictures.
Yeah. It is. It is.
So, but like I had said before, she has been talked about. Everybody knows that name. Everybody knows her name. Everybody knows the stories or the stuff, but they didn't know her, and I don't want her baby to the only image he has of his mama is, what the town says, because she was so much more than that. So much more. So, and Lexi isn't the only one, but, her story had stopped. Nobody cared what happened. Nobody cared where it happened. Nobody cared, she was gone. It was quiet. That was it. There was no goodbye for her friends or anything, and I think that's what hurts so bad is
We
when
all wanted it.
Everybody.
also wanted to bury her. We wanted, or at least to be there to have a service.
Yeah.
I asked her dad, and I asked her
Mhm.
papa if they would let me dress her.
Yeah.
And put her makeup on her for the funeral.
Mm.
And they said no, she's already been cremated.
Yeah. It was done before. It was done before anybody could, and that's sad because she deserved. Yes, Lexi has passed. She's been gone for 3 years now. Was it 22, I think? So, and her passing has so many questions surrounding it. There's never been an exact truth or statement. So, but, she deserved more, but like I said, not just her, there's a lot of other ones, but I just feel like they tried to bury her story. They tried to bury her situation and hurry up. And I think it hurt when everybody thought we was like getting donations for a funeral and all this crap. No, it was the donations are to help other people.
Yes.
The only thing mentioned about a funeral was a memorial service we wanted to have for the community. There's a lot of people that care and love her.
Like at the park or
Mhm.
a mountain somewhere or something.
Yeah, just something that people can gather together and say goodbye.
Alexis Paige Bentley was her full name. She's got a bunch of Facebook pages.
We have the same middle name. Me and her have the same middle name, so I always thought that, me and her would laugh about it, So I just, she's, I want to say everybody's special like Lexi in our hearts. They are. Everybody is. Everybody I've had contact with, everybody that's ever stayed at my house, everybody that's ever, they're special.
Yeah.
They're special. But Lexi, everybody just walked off and gave up. What happened, happened. Oh, well. And that was it. It was like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. That ain't right. It ain't right. So that's one of the main reasons we wanted to do this for her, because I feel like she would have done it.
Because let me tell you something about Lexi's house, Lexi's place, for real. She did have people come there and stay.
Yeah.
That were in bad situations.
Mm-hmm.
She ran a safe house too.
Yeah. See, they were a few of us scattered throughout the county that were safe homes. And we kept it. We try. We lost Ty. Let me see if she comes back. If she don't, then but we tried to keep our places quiet because of the harassment and things. So but I don't know where she went. Oh, maybe she's coming back. No. Let me message her and see what she's wanting to or where she went. So I had a safe house. Well, I still have a safe house. What am I saying? I've always opened my door to anybody. Anybody. If they were in a situation they didn't have somewhere to go or they were being abused, or that's how me and Ty became friends. So, okay, she said her computer died. Hold on. So I'm assuming she's gonna, but, so I tried to keep, they had a place to shower, a place to eat. They could sit around, watch TV. They got to be kids. They got to be kids. At my house, you got to be a kid again.
There we go. Sorry, y'all.
They were asking if I was a safe house, and I was like, yeah.
They don't.
safe zone.
Yeah. I've
There
had
are some
people,
places, there's some good people around here
they are.
that do open their homes to people in need.
Yeah.
Because, like I said, the community has never provided
No.
anything for these people. So
No.
we've done it for ourselves. That's
Yeah.
what's created this bond. Like, they didn't want us to come this far with it and stand up for ourselves. They should have quit beating us down a long fucking time ago because it's their fault that they were this tough.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, we've been through
I
so
mean,
much.
you asked for it. You're like, what? What they
No,
say?
no.
I ain't a bitch till you make me one.
Don't make me, you know.
Don't make me call you a pedophile in public because I will, and I will embarrass your ass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of them, you know. That's one topic we're
That's a
going to get
problem.
into.
That's a fucking problem here. I want us to pull up the sex offender registry map one day, and we're going to go over the county. We're going to
Yeah.
just go A to fucking Z.
Yep.
Okay?
And people will be
They're going to
surprised.
be shocked because I bet most people don't even think about looking that up.
No. No.
Yeah.
So, you know, that's one thing. I mean, because if you look back at the Patrick Little case, that was redonkulous. I mean, that was just
And now, let me say this:
5
though. Now,
years
there
ankle
are,
bracelet.
I'm sure, going to be some people that's on that registry that shouldn't be there.
Right, right.
Because now, think about how they've railroaded all of us
Yeah,
in various ways over the
yeah.
years. People have been done that way too. They've been set up with things on their phone or however. And we
Yeah.
know now that they do have access to our phones and stuff. Somebody monitors my Wi-Fi. They control our phones. They'll
Yes.
come in and just start changing our TV channels and everything. And when you go to look at sign in on my Wi-Fi, it tells you there's another device on your
It
network
makes you
monitoring
think
your
you're
activity.
going crazy. It makes
They
you
control
think
my
you're
cameras.
crazy.
Look, let me show y'all my security camera. Can I turn this camera around? How do I do
Yeah.
that? I don't know.
Like I got a little
Back
people
dual back camera.
there.
You see where that's pointing?
Mm-hmm.
It points at my front door. I turn it around to face, the road and the porch and everything down there. And as I'm trying to turn it, they're fighting with me on my own camera, turning it back around.
They done
Shining the
that to us that
spotlight
night on the
hitting the
porch.
sirens on it.
The light. They'd turn the
Yeah,
light
making the
on,
lights flash and shit. Yeah,
flashing.
yeah.
So
And I've
I
got it
mean,
all
we was
recorded.
sitting
It's all
there.
documented.
We was sitting there, and Ty would turn it away from us, and it would turn around, and a light come on. You know, just like okay.
Yeah.
So, and then I think both of our phones have gave us that warning that something about another. What was it? How did it say it? There was someone else kind of
I can't remember what
that
it said.
had access to our Wi-Fi, something
Yeah.
like that.
Access
It
to
was
your, I don't know. I can't remember. People
But
go
it,
in and like unfriend people on Facebook and block them and
oh
stuff
yeah,
like that and stuff too.
I've had it happen like YouTube, like certain channels and things.
Oh, that's how I do that. I just learned something. I'm sorry.
What'd you learn?
I got excited. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, it's okay. Go ahead.
Look what I just did. I popped up a comment on the screen. They probably threatened her family.
I think they did, Mick. That's my opinion.
Yeah.
That's my opinion. I believe
He believed that they were under a threat, regardless of whether anybody actually threatened them or not. He believed that they were threatened.
he honestly believed it because he told him, he said, let me see my daughter and I'll tell you everything.
Yeah.
Just let me see my daughter. I'll tell you everything. So there was a reason he was so concerned with, is she okay? Let me see her. You know? And only somebody that's lived and growed up and been in Letcher County knows that fear, that threat, you know, of we will get your family, we will do this, we will do that, you know, and it's scary. It's, you know,
And that's
So
the name of their game is intimidation, fear,
fear.
fear.
They play on it, but you think about it. They have kept us in this fear and stuff for 3 decades at least that I know of. I mean,
Hell, it goes all the way back to the freaking witch trials.
like I said, I'm 51, and I can tell you things that went on when I was in high school. So you're talking 30 plus years of just, I mean, sideways. And people would used to talk about it. People would say, "Oh well, the judge is my friend. Don't worry about it." Or, "If you got a court case, he's my friend. I'll go talk to him for you." How many times has people, come up to you and be like, "Hey, he's my friend. Let me go talk to him for you." It's like it's been going on for so long, it ain't even funny. It's different judges. Some of them is the same players. They're just in different positions now. So I just pop and exploded.
Somebody said, "So do you have safe houses?" Yes, we have. I know of a few people around the county and out of the county, out of the state.
We try to. That's what I was getting ready to say. We try to keep places that if someone is in a situation that,
So that
like
we
I
have a
was in,
backup.
that you're scared for your life and your kids, we get you out of state. We'll
Yeah.
get you away. We'll
Yeah.
we'll figure
Out of
something
the
out.
village. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that you have a
So
place.
exactly.
I mean, we were thinking about Virginia to be one of the main spots,
Yep.
to start with, just because the proximity, I think, is close enough. But I've
It's
been getting a
close
lot
enough.
of messages too saying that there's a lot of the same kind of shit happening over in Southwest Virginia too. And if
Well,
that's the case, we need to be
the
careful and
area,
do more research.
the area
I
that
think
I
that it's going
know.
to end up being in all the court systems, though.
Oh yeah.
It's looking
And it should shake the whole system.
yes.
This should be
If this does not get it dismantled, then
this should
we're
be
gonna
an example of what not to do. What not to do with everything,
yeah. But when you
So,
think about Epstein Island and stuff, this shit goes worldwide.
oh yeah. Yeah, and I mean it's sad.
I was watching
There's
something, a documentary about this. I can't remember what country it was in. I'll have to find it. The U.S. military was over there, and the townspeople and the village people. It was in a different country overseas. Were filing all these reports of children being trafficked outside the country, and they were being found in other countries all over the world. And it was
God
the U.S. military that was doing it.
dang. See, things like that just turn your stomach.
And then now, what was we saying earlier about the military? What was somebody saying about that?
They asked us if they were
What was
in
it?
the military or
Oh, if these parents, was it the parents that he was asking about? Or the
I
domestic
don't.
violence?
I
That's what it
asked.
was. They were saying that a lot of the people that went to the military, that they come home and their family suffers the domestic violence and abuse a lot.
Right there, MK Ultra.
Yeah. What is it? I can't see.
It says, "Oh yes, it happens." MK Ultra. Yeah, we've talked. Can you?
Yes.
It's
Yeah. I was a gate kid. Y'all know what that is?
Yep, I was too.
Yeah.
The pink
And
fluoride.
Randy's dad was one of my gate teachers.
I
I had two
know.
gate teachers. It was him and Mr. Sargent.
Yeah, but Dad, I thank God for my daddy. I do.
Yeah.
I got the
Me
best
too,
dad.
girl.
I got the best dad anybody could ask for. He has been there for
It's
me and
amazing.
my kids, and still to this day, he is right there with me. I mean, you know, he's wonderful. Gate Kid is gifted and talented.
Gifted and
Gifted,
talented education.
yeah,
It was a program that they brought into schools
for the top
officially in the
students.
90s, it labeled as the GATE program, but it existed before that as projects. Other it had other
Other
names
names,
leading up to that.
yeah.
Like GATE or TAG is what it ended up being, talented and gifted, or
I remember it. Mine, when I was in school, it was gifted and talented. And I think the first time I remember doing it was in third grade, third or fourth.
Yeah.
Third. I can't remember exactly which
I
year it
started in
was.
third, I think, and then it continued through.
And it's so wild because we did the same things. You know, I
Yeah,
remember
listen, that
the
stuff that people
testing
are
with
talking
the,
about are true too.
yeah,
Here, let me pin this. I'm still remembering how to learn how to do this. Okay, there we go.
you did good.
That's the new thing that people are talking about. Yeah, Taylor,
Yes.
Randy, what's some of the stuff that we did?
Oh my
It's
gosh.
real. The shit that people say about it
It's
is real.
okay.
It's
It's
psychic
real.
testing, energy work, astral travel, remote viewing, and things like that. It's
Yes, they would
worthwhile.
take, and I remember putting headphones on us, and they would play different sounds, like high pitched sounds, or low, or a vibrating kind of sound, and they would ask you, "How do you feel? How do you feel when you hear that sound? Does it make you think of anything? Does it make you, you know?" And then they would show us these pictures of stuff, and they would say, "What do you see?" And it wasn't
Visualize it.
like the normal ink
Visualize it.
blot. It
Visualize
wasn't.
it. Don't
Yeah,
think
it
about
wasn't.
it.
Yeah, first thing.
You have to see it with your mind.
Yeah,
They had testing like where they would put a barrier up and another
yeah,
person on the other side, and the Xenart cards, which are for psychic testing. It's for remote, like training remote viewers,
viewing.
and that's what they would like test us with those Xenart cards. They taught us how to like break codes and stuff. They taught us some
No, they would
Russian
pull us out of the
code
classroom.
breaking exercises, and they would have weird messages like that they were aliens, and that we were star seeds and indigos, and that we were here to
I,
dismantle the government.
my
This
favorite,
was
I
crazy.
swear, was they would give us newspapers,
Yeah.
Newsweek, you know, magazines, political magazines, and news magazines, and they would have us read them, and then they would say, "Okay, now what would you do to get world peace, or how would you break down your society if you created your own society and things, you know?" They would ask questions like that, and you know, for a third and fourth grader, it's kind of like, you know, but I guess that's why they said we were gifted and talented. So, you
Yeah.
know, but
Listen,
I remember the questions. It was so strange. It was like, create your own community,
like
pick
one of the
leaders.
things that we had to do was get in a round table with the other like gate kids, and there wasn't many of us at Martha and Potter. Whenever I was going through it, there's just a couple of us that like made it through to the, stayed out of class
Yeah,
most of the time. But it was Silas was one of them.
yeah,
Uh, anyway, that distracted me. I got to think about Silas. He always makes me happy when I think of him. But
I know.
they would have us sit in a round table, and they would present us with like this world disaster, like a total dismantling of everything. If you had to completely rebuild a new society starting from scratch, say you've been in a bunker for 100 years, you have to come out and build a new society, and then we
Yeah,
would have to work it out amongst ourselves and figure out how to like govern it, how to provide resources.
govern, right. They would ask us to divide up, and you know, like out of our groups, like who would be the president,
Yeah,
who would be the vice
and
president.
there was a lot of trauma training too. Something consistent through my childhood was my mom repeating these same things, these same affirmations to me over and over and over and over and over, and
You're
said,
strong.
your daddy did it too. He would say the same shit to me. Mr. Surgeon would say the same shit to me. They would play videos for us at nap time, where headphones,
Yeah,
and they would play the affirmations in my head. You are
yeah,
strong. You are
strong.
smart. You are intelligent.
You're
You are
brave.
gifted. You are able.
Brave.
Like, you can heal your body. Like, all these weird things. And like thinking about it now, You know, like
Yeah.
it was, and it would say things like, can look at the video. One of the best videos that I remember from it was called
Yeah,
Free
you
the
seen.
Horses.
Yeah.
Free the Horses. It's on YouTube. Look it up. And it was a whole series, and these kids dressed like Knights Templar worked for God's army with their
Yep.
little, spears and everything and their crosses on their chest. And people would try to attack them and bring them down and traumatize them and hurt them all the time. And they
Yep.
had their little magical friends that their spirit guides that would tell them, you are above this, you are stronger than this, you just have to witness what they're doing, you just have to do, and overcome it.
Yep.
You just have to overcome it. Like, and it will tell you how to overcome it. And they use those
Yeah.
affirmations and stuff. But then, so now it makes sense. Whenever they
It does.
they had already started programming our brains with trauma
Yep.
and how to deal
Well,
with
that's
it,
what I'm
how
saying.
to
We were all
compartmentalize
picked.
it, how to fracture.
We were all picked for some kind of reason,
Mm-hmm.
and
Most of
and
us
it,
have autism or ADHD, things like that.
yeah.
That's another.
But it made us gifted in some areas.
Yes.
Like, I have almost a photographic memory.
They
I
taught us
can
those
remember.
abilities like they taught the other children how to add, or how they would spend extra time on your math homework. Like, I
Yeah,
didn't do the math homework. I suck at math. I could not sit through
I
it.
do too.
But they had me in the back room teaching me how to remote view and psychic train my brain.
Yep.
Yeah, that's real. That's true. Her dad was one of my teachers. Like,
Yeah.
yeah. What's she say?
True. Indigo kids can and will shut down.
My mom started telling me that I was an indigo when I was a baby.
Yeah.
She
See,
was
dad never, he's a Christian. And so, he never really got into that, but he always, would say, you're special, you're special. And and I think he always, even with his students, he tried to always make them feel special. And I'm so proud of him because I've never had anybody tell me they didn't like him. I've never had anybody come to me and be like, your dad was horrible, or he was mean, or he did, um, you know,
He would take
so
me after school a lot just because it was hard at home.
yeah, he knew, you know,
And what this says, true indigo kids can and will shut down their talents and hide from it. My spirit guides took control. Yes, yes. That's a very
it's like
common thing.
autopilot.
And I think that that's partially what the GATE program was meant to do, was to fracture us to prevent the inevitable,
Yeah.
the dismantling.
Yeah.
I believe that with all my heart.
Because, me and you talked about
Because the
how
program
we
was twofold.
survived.
The program was twofold. You did have the good people teaching us things, but then
Yeah.
you did have dark forces involved too. You had that guy that was the priest over the Temple of Set, that was over the GATE program in the late 90s, or in the later years of it. And
Yeah.
he started trying to, and I think that that's when they started taking us as teenagers and putting us through the trauma to prevent us from dismantling their society. They don't want us to take the patriarchy down.
Nope.
They know that that's what the indigo's purpose is.
See, that's why
Yeah.
I always said you guys were handpicked. You guys are handpicked. They picked my child. They knew my child was going through hell at home. They knew that. So why not take him and mold him and make him what they want?
The great thing that he could have been.
Instead of him
To
going to
awaken
college.
humanity 20 years ago.
Yeah. I mean, you're talking a straight A student, and they let him get his GED at 15, and that was it. He's in college now. I'm proud of him. But they stole his 20s. His whole 20s was spent in jail, and yeah, all of you. 20s and 30s.
Home.
And they picked y'all.
They did.
They knew who they could keep quiet.
But I don't
Who
think
would,
it's just about keeping us quiet, though. I think it was about the Great Awakening. I really do. I believe that it was
yeah.
about the Great Awakening, the spiritual warfare, They
Yeah.
knew, like, we were seated here. We are star seeds. We come here to awaken humanity, to remember, to remind you who you are.
Yeah.
The divine feminine is rising.
All right.
So down with the fucking patriarchy. Y'all been hunting us for too fucking long. They didn't burn witches. They burned women.
Women.
They
Right.
burned women for exercising their natural gifts from God.
You remember I sent you that thing yesterday that was talking about that woman that they, have a thing for her every year. But the only reason she was called a witch
The
was
Bell
because
Witch.
all the men died and the community didn't want to take care of her. So they threw her in the water with a rock and she drowned. But she wasn't a witch. Well, they had to kill her to find that out. But what it boiled down to was she had no man to take care of her. Well, I don't have no man to take care of me. So does that mean I deserve to be through at the bottom of the lake? No. So, stuff like that's scary when you think about the things that, our society has done,
And
in the
you
name
know
of
that the
different
gay program and
things.
stuff, those were government programs.
Yeah.
They ran places like Epstein Island and stuff. I think. I think
I
they
mean,
had a
come
hand
on.
in
That's why it's
release.
such a big secret now and nobody's wanting to open up about it.
Yeah, that's why they don't want to release it, because there's too much involved.
There's
But
too much.
it is too. We've had enough. Like the girl said,
Yes.
the Epstein girls got up from Washington and stood on the Capitol steps, said, "This is not a hoax. We are human beings. We are people, and we matter.
Right.
We
And
are
that's
survivors.
sad.
We matter."
That's sad.
Yeah.
They played them out. They played the story
And it's the
out,
same shit. Same
and
old
then you
fucking
just leave
story
victims.
over and over. Yeah.
Yep. And it's so sad. And that's why I said, I'll fight tooth and toenail for everybody.
Yeah.
You
Yeah, I'm a
know,
proud witch, Salty. I am a proud witch. I am. I am. And I love God with all my heart. Ain't no
right,
devil in me. Ain't no devil come around me.
right. There's a difference. There's so much information now, and there's ways to get information out that we didn't have years ago. And you can be a Christian and one God and love God with all your heart and pray and do everything else, but you were born with gifts that are just
That God gave us. You really
they're just
think, like, it
there.
don't even make sense that the story, the narrative that they spin, it doesn't even make sense. Like, they're like, oh, well, Satan gives you the witchcraft power. Okay, I thought Satan didn't have power.
Yeah, right. He
Right? I thought
don't.
he didn't have true power.
Yeah, he don't.
No.
Yeah,
Power comes from God and nature. God is nature. God is within us. We are
he's all
nature.
one. Yeah,
The Bible says that.
we're made in His
Not the
image.
perverted version that they fed y'all and
Yeah,
warped Bible Belt dogma. Y'all don't even know what the real Bible says. For real. Most
a
of it.
Geneva Bible, or one that's
You just
before a
take that old
certain
preacher
date.
man's word for it on that pulpit. He tells you that this is how it is. That's how it is.
See,
The old man
see,
touched you. Oh no, old man touched you. Well, you must have been having impure thoughts.
or you was
You're
dressed
gonna
the way
burn
you
in
was
hell.
dressed. The way you was dressed.
The way you was dressed. You shouldn't
I
have
was
looked at it that way.
criticized.
You shouldn't
I
have
was
looked at it
criticized.
that way.
I I literally left church because when I got pregnant with Caleb in high school, oh my Lord. Oh, it was, how dare you? You just destroyed everything, and I couldn't understand. I was happy. I was excited. I was going to have baby. I wasn't supposed to have babies. So, but there's so much stuff that we've been pushed down with our whole lives. Husbands or spouses or boyfriends or um
Handlers. People sent to be in your life just to keep you from awakening. Does that sound familiar to
yeah.
anybody? Just to keep you
Yeah.
from waking up and doing what God put us here to do.
Yeah.
And that's to burn their fucking patriarchy down.
And that's why I've not had any fear with this. I mean, yeah, I've
none.
worried. I've had concern,
It's nerve wracking and concerning, but I don't have fear for myself
but I
because
don't have that fear because I
divine
know,
protected. I'm
yeah,
divinely protected.
I'm doing what I'm supposed to
Y'all can't
do.
stop my God. Mm-mm.
So,
And I got the
yeah.
goddess on my side too. So Hecate shines her torch. She shines that light and helps people find their way out of darkness. So
It's if you even as far as if you look at the women of the Bible, they were strong. Esther, the queen, you got they saved nations. They, all these things
they
that was.
uprooted the patriarchy.
But do you ever
They took
hear
down
their
principalities.
stories?
No, you hear about Jezebel, the bad whore who
The bad
destroyed
one.
their lives. That's the story that Michael Clark wants to talk about. The
Yeah,
whore that causes his destruction.
his destruction is his lies.
Nice to meet you. I guess I'm into Jezebel's spirit. No, no.
I'm telling you. 63 and just told my story last year. Yes, I'm in the process of
I'm
healing.
gonna
That's
comment.
why, you know, I'm trying, to get it out. And I thought this would be the best way because I figured with all this going on with Sarah, I'm next. I'm next for them to try to, she did this or she did that or this happened. So I'm going to tell everybody my story, and that way I control, and you get the whole story. You don't
The
just
whole
get
story.
the one side of it, and anything that me and Ty ever present, we either have proof, I mean definite proof, or you know what I'm saying? It's not like
Or
we just
there's
hop
been
on
enough
here.
witnesses, or the witness has been credible enough to us.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or we've
Because,
been a witness.
yeah,
That's a big part of being an
that's
indicator
that's
is
mine.
just being a witness.
That's my story. And I said,
Witnessing so many other people's traumas.
God has put me in every situation that I was ever put in for a reason. You know, when I met you, Lord, my heart was broke. I mean, you come to me, you know, you had nowhere to go. Nothing, nowhere to turn. You were being abused. I mean, horribly. And, I couldn't understand why nobody would help, you know? So, that's I don't know. I don't know it's if it's a bad thing or what, but me, I always try to figure out how to help or if I can help or figure out something, you know. So
Yeah.
they
She
said that
said,
wish they lived closer, they'd come sit on that porch with you. Honey, let me tell
yeah,
you, I've been on
we
that
need
porch.
we
It's
need a
fun.
reunion. We need a union. We need to congregate for
We
sure.
do. Honestly, it would be so healing. I really think it would be so healing just to have a day of just togetherness, just
Yeah.
have a good meal
Just
together
togetherness.
and
Yeah.
sit down and talk,
Yeah.
you know, and
Beat
just
the
get it
hell
out.
out of some, I don't know, some pinatas or something. I'm dying to do a trauma pinata.
She's wanting to do a trauma pinata. She's been mentioning it. You may want
Listen,
to
I
tell
had
them
this
what it
little
is.
star one for like 2 years hanging on my window at the trailer for forever. I kept it hanging up there, and that's what I wanted to do with it. And I kept telling my friend Sarah, another Sarah that lives here,
Yeah.
I kept telling her like, please do trauma pinata, trauma pinata, trauma pinata. I'm dying to do it. So like now, I just want to make a really big pinata
And let everybody put their
and a really big sage stick. And
hmm beat it to death.
yeah.
Get
Yeah,
rid of
and
it.
maybe somebody can like send us some whole Palo Santo branches, you know?
Yeah. A campfire.
Campfires. Smoke it out.
That's how
Yeah.
much trauma we have. A campfire.
Or-
So, but I just like we've been trying to talk about how to go about this, and I think just being open and honest. If somebody wants to come up on the show and talk, come on.
Yes.
If
Please.
you want to
Thank you,
ask
sir.
questions, ask
Let's talk about this
questions.
and try to get it fixed.
Yeah, I mean, messages. If you don't want to do it publicly, just shoot us a
Yeah, if you don't want to be
message.
public, we can do it privately.
Yeah, we'll sit and talk
You
with
don't
you.
have to
And
hide from me and block me on your social medias.
I'm the
Because I still
crier.
get
So
the,
if
I
you like
still
to
see the
cry,
comments and the posts. I still see the threats and stuff. So
Yeah.
people send them to me. Multiple sources send it to me.
oh yeah, we've
Yeah. Only way
been
y'all are getting out of that is to delete your whole fucking Facebook. So,
yeah.
but your word's still going to get back to me. Believe that. I mean, God's going to
Yeah.
whisper it to me in my sleep. Like,
I'll have
it's
to
what
go
it
over
is,
and look.
you know?
Trial Junkie says my story's on my page if anyone would like to hear it.
Oh, I would
So
love to.
we'll read it, or definitely.
On Facebook, I don't know who that is. Have you sent me a message, or are you on my Facebook?
It's I don't know.
Oh, I don't know who that is yet.
I don't
Okay.
either. So
It says, y'all
it's
should read a
probably
book by a guy named Henry Lincoln called The Priest and the Painting. It's about Rennes le Chateau. Ooh, I love that. Yes.
it,
Good stuff.
people are fighting for you. Amen. I mean, it does. It feels good to know that we're not standing out here by ourselves, kind of, with our butts in the hanging out. It does. It warms your heart when somebody says, "Hey, thank you," or "Hey, you made me want to tell mine."
Or how many young girls have approached me in the grocery store or at the restaurant or just whatever, and just like, hey, can I talk to you? Like, I just want to say thank you. Like,
Thank you.
thank you
Yeah,
for
and
giving.
now see, like I said, I'm the crier. You are. We can't help
That's
it.
why. Those are
Yeah,
fun.
that's why. Every bit of
So
this.
I truly am sorry that it hurts people's feelings to learn these things about their loved ones.
Right.
I hate that. But pay attention to the terror that they've caused so that we
Right.
don't repeat it to your children too.
Yeah.
It's time to break these cycles.
Yeah. And there's a lot of times we will hold stuff that people want us, and because we know that there's other people that can get hurt too. We're not totally heartless and cold and are like, well, screw them and their family. No, I hate the fact that Kevin Mullins' wife is having to go through what she's going through. Trust me, I don't
You know how
know
many
the
times I've been
extent
through the
that
same
she
thing?
does. But my ex-husband did a lot of wrong too. But you're kind of left hanging with their embarrassment or the stuff, and I feel for her. I do. I mean, she knows who she married, but I'm not out to destroy her or her kids but somebody has to take accountability for this stuff, and it's like I said, we're not intentionally like being mean and be like, ha ha ha, this is so and so did this and so
Yeah,
did it.
this isn't
No,
vindictive like that.
Mullins was
Not
a
just
devil,
for the
but he
sake
wasn't alone.
of hurting feelings or embarrassing people. There are really lives at stake.
Yeah. Well, and a
In
lot of
all
these
different
people know they
formats.
did
Like,
wrong.
yeah.
They'll message us and tell us,
Yeah.
don't say my name, even
Don't say
though,
my name, but this is what happened to me.
yeah,
This is my
or so and so did this to me. Please don't
like,
say
yeah.
their name or my
And a
name
lot
or
of them,
whatever.
it's just as simple as, I can't speak right now. but I love
Yeah.
you and I support you, and you know that I'm here rooting for you.
Yeah.
Like, thank you for doing it for us.
Yeah. My trial junkie.
So, yeah, y'all can, the ones that want to leave like negative comments and victim shaming and blaming and pointing fingers and saying it wasn't us, it didn't happen here, it didn't whatever.
Well, see, they have everyone.
Keep making yourself look like predators.
Exactly.
Keep exposing you for what
We don't have to. We don't have to make them look bad.
At this
They
point,
get
if you're
on there
defending a
and make.
predator, you
Huh?
are. If you're defending the predator, you are a predator.
Yeah.
Period.
Right. You know. A lot of these people are mandated reporters too for abuse. I thought about that the other night.
Yeah.
That's an
Yeah.
angle to go at. A lot of them in that courthouse are mandated reporters for child abuse. How are you going to slide out of that one?
Explain what that means.
Huh?
What does I said? Do you want to explain what that means?
Yeah. There's I know it's a law in Kentucky. I guess it's a law everywhere, but a mandated reporter is someone like a teacher, a foster parent, a anybody in authority, or anybody that has a lot of contact, with children or whatever, and they are mandated to report abuse, and if they don't, they can be charged for not reporting that abuse, especially if it ends up in a death or, some kind of crime, committed with it. There's been foster kids die in our county in the care of, it, that one story that,
The first case I saw whenever I came in working in Edison's office, like the worst thing that I've ever seen in my life was
Yep.
that baby that died in foster care up on Sand Lake.
Yep.
And like I said, I was a teenager then.
And
my
with
sister
that
was like,
case,
"Are you sure you can handle this?" She was like, "Because
foster,
this is not your everyday stuff."
no. And even with that
I still
case,
have to
there
read it.
was a weird ruling with it. The foster father took all blame. Foster mother didn't get in trouble. And, you know, but then again, you got a situation like I was in. She might say she didn't know, but it's hard to miss bruises on a kid.
Those were not just bruises either.
I know. It was,
His entire body was broken.
yeah. So that's kind of hard to say you didn't know. But
he was a baby. He was a toddler.
baby, yeah. Hadn't been there long either, I don't think. He hadn't been in their home very long. So, that's maybe a case we can pull up and maybe talk about, and
Yeah, we need to look into that.
go through it. Because, CPS in Letcher County is just as corrupt as the rest of them. So,
I wonder what the other girls that worked at the office remembers about that.
It was hard to forget it. I was a foster parent. I was a foster parent at the time.
One of the girls that used to work at Edison's left a comment on a few of my TikToks that she was like, "Yep, I see, I know."
There's a lot of people that did work in these law offices that are good, decent people.
Yeah.
And, it's common knowledge is the thing. It's, it's not something that only.
So far, though, it involves so many people's families.
Right.
And people's families are linked and connected in ways that you would never imagine.
Holy moly. Ain't that the truth?
Yeah.
Holy moly.
Yeah,
And that's the thing.
Until we
How long did they think that was going to slide by?
Yeah. Forever.
So,
I thought that it was all going to slide by forever, that they're just going to live out there.
like I said, Mickey,
Life.
Mickey put a halt to it. Well, he
Living
tried.
like the fucking Romans. Running that jail like it's the fucking Colosseum.
Yeah.
What that made me think of. My phone's about to go dead. I'm gonna have to go plug the phone.
I think mine is too. Well, you want to hop
Y'all, the
off and
caller
maybe do
today.
one tonight?
Yeah,
Maybe.
we've been on for 5 hours.
Holy crap.
We have marathoned it, and that's a good thing though. Like, we're serious, y'all. We're fucking
Yeah.
serious. It's time. It's time. Pull
Honestly.
together. Pull together. This is the fucking rally call. Get the community together.
Yeah.
Y'all have to be just as outrageous as we are. You
Yeah.
have to be just as tired as we are.
Yeah.
You
I
have
mean, it has to stop.
Yeah.
You know.
And waiting
So
for somebody to come in and do it and shut it down, it's not working.
it's not working. It's
Change
not.
has to
Everybody has.
somehow. So what are we going to
Everybody
do?
has called.
Everybody just put some thought to that. Give us some feedback.
Yeah, questions. If y'all got questions, if you got a
information.
case
You've
that
got pictures, whatever, send it. Send it. Let's do
anything,
this. Let's fucking do this.
we'll put it together, help you put it together, and try to help you know who to get a hold of and what to. I mean, that's all we can do
Put you
right
in
now.
touch with the resources that hopefully that can help. We don't have all the resources yet. We're still working on it.
Yeah.
It's just.
But all right, then. I guess
I
we've
love you so
talked
much. I
everybody's
love you
ear
all
off.
so much. I love you all so much. Love you, Brandy.
Yeah, love you too. And I'll holler at you, or you holler at me later. Love y'all.
I love you. I'm going to shower and go to bed for a while.
And go and take a nap.
Yeah, taking a nap.
All right, guys.
Just
See y'all
crunch
later.
them numbers. Hang
All
on, I
right.
gotta
See you
find the
later.
button to